All right, here we go.
And good morning, everyone. Today's date is November 28th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in the New York City office with video conferencing to Albany and Buffalo. The meeting is being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner Edgar De Leon. Staff in attendance is Council Sharon Kearney-Starhoff, Juan Herrera from Licensing, and myself, Paula Taylor, for Secretary's Office. The next regular meetings will be December 19th, which is a Tuesday, and January 10th, 2024. While in the meeting room, please silence your mobile phones and take phone calls or conversations outside, and please do not touch the microphone at the podium. Items will be called in the order they are signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, then in New York. When your item is called, please approach the podium, identify yourself. Representatives should also identify the clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, I have two announcements. Thank you, Paula, for stepping in today. We have Donald Roper is out today. He and his wife welcomed a little one, a healthy little one. We are very happy for him, and he will be out for a little bit of time while they, resituate their household with a new baby. Also, I really appreciate all your patience with, especially the people that are coming to Zone 1. We are, this is the last time we're gonna have this set up. We will be back downstairs in our own full board room on the 3rd floor, starting on December 19th, while the migrant project will be continuing probably through the first quarter of next year. We have been able to get our room back for the days when we have full board. So having said that, we are already now operating in a new schedule. As you guys know, we have meetings every 3rd week. We're making every effort we can to post agendas earlier so that you guys have more time, so that the community has more time to review. As we work through this new schedule, we would love for, the lawyers and the repeat customers to give us feedback as to how we can continue to improve our timing and give you sufficient time to do your work. So we really welcome your feedback and participation in as we continue to be better at customer service. So that's all I got, Paula.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and call the first item. It's item 2-003. It's request excuse me, for delegation of power.
Oh, that's this.
No, I'm sorry, 2-001. 2-001.
Okay. 2-001. Okay. 2-001. Sir, in Buffalo, you can just sit down for one moment. We're just going to do something that's procedural for us. So this document, it's a delegation that we are proposing to create a backlog committee. For those of you that have applications in our queue, you should listen up because this will be very relevant for you. We have put together a committee that have a good number of our senior staff from exec and also from licensing. We are in consultation with counsel's office and our enforcement staff going to start moving the backlog. Our backlog have perhaps about 6,000 items, and starting on Thursday, being run out of our Buffalo office, we are going to start addressing the backlog. The idea is that we are going to create this committee for 6 months and see how far we can get with addressing some of the items that are in the backlog. We have identified categories with the help from a lot of lawyers and, again, users of our agency, that we have, categorically identified applications that should get addressed as groups. The committee is not meant to deny any application. If there is a determination from the committee that an application needs to be further reviewed, those items will come to full board. We are going to start this again on this Thursday. It's an exciting time for our agency. We have a target number in our mind of how we want to go about this. Again, we're going to be doing it for 6 months, and we will probably give you a report sometime in January, February to let you know how quickly we're moving. But as you guys are representing clients and you are the businesses waiting, you should be seeing some movement over the next 6 months. So having said that, obviously we have a document that's drafted. If you haven't yet, please take a look at this document called the Delegation of Power with respect to the committee to address the backlog of license applications. And with that, I'm ready to vote in the affirmative.
Okay, and Commissioner?
I also voted the affirmative, thank you.
Thank you. And the next item in Buffalo is item 033, Transit Valley Country Club Incorporated. Please go on ahead and introduce yourself.
Yep, good morning, board, SLA officers. My name's Rafael Pignataro, attorney on behalf of Transit Valley Country Club. Our firm submitted a plea conditional no contest back in September, addressing 2 charges from back earlier in this summer. Client has changed their officer of record. Previous officer of record was fired for cause. Took our client some time to get the proper paperwork in. Our firm submitted a statement of mitigation that I believe was reviewed by Attorney Gallagher in this office, and basically just hoping for an acceptance of that plea.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Are you ready to vote?
I would accept 2,000.
Okay, yep, I'll accept 2,000 as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And Nicole, are we all set in Buffalo?
We are.
Okay, if you would hang out or stay on the line for about 30 minutes or so, and just in case someone does show up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first item in Albany is item 001, Southgate Liquor Incorporated.
001, we have opposition here.
Okay, Paula, there's opposition in zone 1.
Okay.
Yeah, bring them in.
That's on one person.
Yeah. Nikki, can you hold that door open with that sweet?
The thing about it is like, it's gonna echo.
It's echoing. Okay.
I mean, we can try. You wanna
Let's
try
see.
it? It's on?
Yeah, if it's annoying, come and close it.
Alright, go ahead.
All right, sir, can you in Albany put your names on the record, and then opposition is in the room here, and we'll let him speak first.
Sure. Good morning, Chair, Fan Commissioner De Leon, Mayor Fakori for the applicant. To my right, Manaj Shah for Southgate Liquor Inc.
Good morning, board. This is Manish Shah from Southgate Liquor Inc.
All right, thank you.
Good
Yes,
morning. My name is Parimal Patel. I'm here to protest for the applicant.
yes,
And I'm
and you,
speaking from Liquor 360, doing business as Hudson Plaza Wines and Spirits in Poughkeepsie.
Okay, so you're the closest store.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
1.9 miles away.
Okay.
Do I speak or?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, yeah, so basically, as you know that, first of all, I wanna first point out something that, handed in the signs for the support, documents over here. If you have seen, you can see. Two of them are restorations, yeah, okay. Just wanted to point out that, and now I'll make my point. So, my store has been there for many years. It has served town of Poughkeepsie and city of Poughkeepsie, because the city is in the middle and the towns around the city. In that, my store is in a major shopping center with the anchor stop Price Chopper, which with restaurants, Dollar Tree, and it has ample parking space and it serves public for many years. Particularly for my store only I can speak of, there is in decline in sales, which I have submitted the document which you request. And also the population has been minimal increase in Poughkeepsie. And
So the
Southgate-
store has been there for a long time, but you've owned it since 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
And so basically there are 6 licensed stores around the area which have been there for many years.
Do you know what the store was doing when you bought it? Because these declining numbers only show me post-COVID, which is not.
I'll have to look, but it was similar. I don't think it was a big change.
Okay.
I have to just look back in my record. I don't have that beyond 2000.
You don't know what they were making when you bought the business?
They were around 2 million, but I don't remember the exact numbers because I don't have it with me.
Okay.
Yeah. And basically the applicant is a standalone store with a deli store and there is no parking there. It's opposite the dealership and it doesn't serve the public. There's enough licenses to serve the area.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Okay.
that's it.
Yep, I understand. Thank you.
If council has a response, council, want to be heard any further?
Yes, please, Commissioner De Leon. Just to give you a little background on the applicant and this location, we heard what the opposition said. It's to know this area, and personally, I drive up and down Route 9 all the time because my office is in Poughkeepsie. It's 2 completely different locations. The applicant's location is right on Route 9 with visibility, and it caters to 567 houses, which abuts the new IBM chip manufacturing that was just approved. I think President Biden was there about a year ago. It's going to create somewhere between 25 and 50,000 jobs. The opposition,
What is the status of that? Is that being built?
it's currently in the process. Yeah, it's an Intel chip manufacturing. President Biden was just there with
I
Governor
know, but if the
Hochul.
factory is being built, you can't tell me that there's 50,000 people there. Like.
No, it was just just the news that we received, Chairman. Just as you got the information, it's basically what was proposed and approved, and they're currently going through the
Okay.
process now, which was very exciting for Poughkeepsie.
Talk to me about the grocery and the liquor store and what
Yes.
that is going to be like.
So it is a single standing free building. It used to be, believe it or not, we just found this out from some of the residents who live behind this location. Back in the early 80s, it was a liquor store / deli. It's a 2-store strip mall, very small, and currently the one half has been empty. So when my client bought the location, he was trying to figure out what he could put in there to, better his the property that he bought. And believe it or not, a lot of the people who come into the deli said, you know what, it used to be a liquor store back in the early 80s. It was under a different address, though. It was under 658 South Road, which is the same address as we have now. And they all pushed. They said, it would be great to have a convenient liquor store. In order for the people who live behind this location, you have to go to any close liquor store. The opposition is 1.9 miles. The other closest liquor store is 1.7 miles. They're both in strip malls. So what they have clientele who are foot traffic, who go to the local Price Chopper. There's a furniture store there. The one that's in the South Hills Mall, you can't even see it from Route 9. You have to go down about 4 traffic lights, cut through the mall, go through the stop signs, fight the mall traffic, find parking, go to the liquor store, then go back on Route 9 north, cut back across to get to where they live. So convenience is definitely not an option. This location will create a great convenience advantage to majority of the houses are literally right behind this location. This location has been there for almost 50 years.
Yeah.
Yep, it was built in 1975.
Let me ask you, what is the size and how do you split it?
So the store itself is about 1,900 square feet, and I think retail we said is about 1,500 square feet. The deli portion, it's partitioned right in the half. So you have two separate entrances, two different signs.
In my records, the building is 2956 in size.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
And so that's only the liquor store or it's both?
No, it's combined total.
2956 is combined total.
Yes,
So how
Chair.
much are you, the grocery store is already there,
Yeah, the deli and grocery store is already there.
right? So, and how much of that are you going to,
It's about 1,000 square feet.
Sure. So the deli and grocery store is about 1,000 square feet, and the proposed
Okay.
location in total is about 1,600 and change, but
1,900.
1,900. But we want to do about 1,500 retail, and some of it's going to be for storage.
okay,
And they have both separate entrances, both separate signs. The sign on the street has room for, which it is, it's zoned for a storefront for the two different businesses.
The front says 1.9, also I see there now.
And again, you know, with regards to the opposition, it's two different locations. I mean, they're in an actual mall. They have all foot traffic from the local Price Shopper. The other one has the ShopRite, Bob's Furniture, Ashley Furniture. So it really is two different clienteles. I mean, we have almost 600 homes are literally right behind this location. So convenience and advantage for those local residents is huge. And the petition we had signed was filled within a couple days, and there's about 150 signatures. And they're all very excited about it, and they're really supporting
Okay.
the new owner.
So, sir, you just bought this building. So the record that I have for Southgate Deli is not yours, right?
Yes, how
Like I have sell to minor on the record, but that's not you because you just bought this in 2022.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any other licensing history with us?
Yes.
He has local delis and beer licenses, but obviously no liquor stores, Chair.
Okay.
He has many businesses. He's been in the business entrepreneur for over 20 years, so he's very familiar with how to run a business.
Okay, and that's the Shine Gasoline in
Yep.
Dutchess, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, and then Southgate, you have had that license since May of 22?
Yes.
And then there's
That's
another deli, and then I see another gas station.
Aria Gasoline. Yes.
Okay, and I see all of this, I see one sell to minor history in 2012.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Can I say something?
yes, sir.
sir.
Yeah, so the IBM is, if you go Google Maps, the
Mhm.
IBM center is closer to me, it's less than a half mile. So I don't know how the applicant is saying that they are closer. If you do a Google search on my store, if you want to do it right now, it's right I'm next to the IBM factory. So I don't know how the lawyers
Okay,
are saying that. And I don't know, the sign up, they are duplicates most of them.
okay, I understand, thank you, sir, I appreciate you.
15 parking space.
Chair, we just want to confirm. Sorry.
Yes,
No, we just want to explain also, he was mentioning about parking. There's plenty of parking. We just want to mention that. Chair.
15 parking.
what's plenty of parking?
15 parking.
There's over 15 parking spots at this location. I know the opposition was mentioning something about
And
there's no.
it's just you, right? There's no other, because you're a standalone building, there's no one else who's sharing your parking.
Correct.
No.
Correct.
And you're right
That's
off
correct,
of
Chair.
that.
Yep.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
Paul.
members, are you ready to vote?
Yes. I'm going to vote in the affirmative. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage because this location is close to a grocery. There is ample parking. The next door is 1.9 miles away. If you look at all the numbers, including pre-COVID, post-COVID, there is actually probably some growth between 19 and 22. So I'm going to vote in the affirmative.
Yeah, I'll note that the COVID figures for 2022, estimating what the figures are gonna be for 2023 show only a very slight decrease, which is to be expected considering that we're all familiar with the COVID bump. There also is a significant amount of community support for this, despite the fact that some of the submissions are duplicates. There remains a significant amount of community support for this, so I'm also gonna vote to approve.
All right, thank you, sir.
The
Thank you.
license
Thanks to the board.
application's been approved. Next item in Albany is 002, Cameron's Wine and Liquor Corporation.
Good morning again to the board. Mayor Fakori for Cameron's Wine and Liquor Corp. Unfortunately, the applicant could not be here today. His father is in Westchester Medical.
We're gonna hold it over 1219, sir.
What number is this?
Number 2.
1219. Thank you.
Okay, your matter is held over to 1219.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, the next item in Albany is 011, the Grocery Wine Shop LLC, and I believe the applicant is in New York City.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi.
How are you?
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Fan. Good morning, Commissioner De Leon. My name is Maston Sansom. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm joined here in person is Vic Christopher. He is the owner and operator of the Grocery Wine Shop. Before you is a removal application. This removal seeks to relocate the premises only 249 feet down the street. The premises would increase a little bit in size, but still be an extremely small premises with a retail footprint of only 883 feet. It cannot be overstated that the method of operation
Well, you're basically doubling in size. You're going from about 900 to 1800, no?
Well, there's only 500 square feet. I want to say it's 540 currently of the retail space. So
Yeah.
it would increase to 883. Still be a really small store. Yes,
Okay.
the total square feet would be 1800 to allow more for, obviously for storage.
Do you have 10
and
employees?
office.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, well, we're open 7 days a week. This is not a move based on getting more space, it's a better location. We bought a building 2 years ago. It's on a very prominent corner in Troy's Monument Square. And so this was a move that, we gotta get out of where we're at. We're in the middle of the block, we're kind of invisible. So this puts us like right in the center of the business district.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see a letter of support from.
Assemblyman McDonald.
Yep.
Wait, I'm not looking at the right number.
And one of the very critical parts about this application too is the method of operation that has been existing since 2015. It has changed a little bit, but I'll let Vic talk a little bit about the organic and natural wines and
And you are in
spirits.
his district,
Yes,
McDonald?
yeah.
Okay. It just doesn't say that in the letter. Okay, great. You okay?
Man.
Okay, with the support from your local assembly member and arguments from your council, I'm going to vote to approve.
There is support. I'm sorry, Paula. Go ahead.
And how do you vote, Senator?
Yes. I also note the support from the assemblyman and that the sales figures that I see show growth. 2 out of the 5, we got 2 no responses and 1 with a slight decrease. So I will also vote to approve.
Thank you, members. I have one quick
Yeah.
request. This weekend is the Victorian Stroll in Troy, New York, which is the largest event of the year for them, and wondering if
I
it might
heard
be
about that.
possible.
There was someone else who had said that.
It's huge, it's incredible. There'll be 20,000 people to show up for this thing.
You gotta talk to this person.
Okay, we were looking to do the move this
Can you
week if
do it?
possible.
Try, yeah, we'd love to try our best, for sure.
We appreciate it.
No problem.
We know you have a rough job to do and appreciate the support. Thank you.
Master, you may have to, what's best? He wants it fast.
Friday if possible. Again, it's this weekend is the event.
Depends what
Juan
the
will do
conditions-
what he can do. We'll look at it. We'll do what we can. He'll manage it.
Okay. All right.
Email
Thank
him.
you, Juan. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Good luck.
Commissioner.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down here.
It's a pleasure to work with you guys. You have a really rough job to do, and I know it, and I watch it.
Oh.
And I think Chairman Bradley did an incredible job, and I really appreciate you taking control here, and we're gonna be fine. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Oh,
it.
thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate you saying that.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item in Albany is 003 Village Organic Convenience Corporation.
How you doing? Good morning. Good morning all. My name is Faisal. I work as a manager. I hold a manager position at Village Organic and Convenience. As you can see, I have my employer with me. His name is Majid Saleh.
He's the licensee?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he not speak English?
Yes, ma'am. I can speak.
Oh, okay. Why? Okay. So you own the grocery store? How many grocery stores do you have, sir?
2. New York 2. It's only New York. Like when the yeah, in New York 2.
Did you just have an application denied in April of this year?
Yes, sir. But that was for a different location.
That was what?
That was for a different location. It was for Village Grocery and Convenience Corp. Holding the address of 45 First Avenue.
But it wasn't denied based on location, it was denied for other reasons.
Yes, sir. It was denied. Just excuse me for a second. So this was denied because of the license availing.
Yeah.
So so it was his first time since he bought the businesses. He never knew, like, the guy who owns the business before him never mentioned that since the first day you buy the business, you should have the complete paperwork. This guy stated, let me quote him, he said, unless you are not receiving your licenses, you can go ahead and use mine as long as you pay my corporation taxes.
That wasn't the
then
only
he-
reason, that wasn't the only reason for the denial, sir.
Sir,
Now,
as I can, I'm sorry.
how much is the rent gonna be in this location?
I'm sorry?
How much is the rent gonna be?
The rent?
We have the rent
They're
listed,
operating now.
right, $8,500 with less than $25,000 worth of an investment. You're already operating already?
I cannot really clearly hear you. Can you please repeat again if you don't mind?
I'm sorry. You're operating already?
Yes, sir. But we are not, like, as of today, like, I'm not selling any sort of liquor or beer or wine items. But my store is operational on 170 7th Avenue South. This was the application that I'm here for.
I thought you have a temp.
We do not have a temp since we didn't got the temp renewed.
They don't have a temp? Chairman? I thought.
Operating on temp, I thought they were operating on temp 1.
That's it.
Yeah. I thought they did.
This location is insane, really. Why are you guys up in Albany?
We thought
The meeting is in Albany?
Yeah, we thought this is a place where we're gonna see you guys in person.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry, honey.
And as a day prior, we was in Westchester County.
I see.
Because I really intend to speak in person, and I thought that's a place.
Do you
where
own the business or does he own the business?
he does own the business, and I help him run his. And as I stated before, I hold the position of a manager here.
It expired, it was organic, it expired 11/9, according to this. Yeah, it expired on 11/9.
When was it issued, Warren?
Yeah, they had a temp, they had a temp.
You've been on temp, so how are you telling
I've
me
been
that
on
you're
temp
not
for
selling?
last, I think, couple months, but for the month of November to fall in December, I hasn't received any temp, so I'm not currently selling any
I'm just not
alcoholic
clear
beverage.
on why he owns the business. Do you have the temp or does he have the temp?
He has the tempo. It is under Village Organic and Convenience. So okay, he on 2 different locations. So for the specific location 170 7th Avenue South, I mostly deal with it, but as he is with every matter that he's aware of, and I will like you to speak on your behalf. So the chair has some questions for you, or I mean, as the way it is.
Yeah,
you
you
are
have
supposed
to,
talk.
you have to tell us what happened and why you
Okay.
think that you
Okay,
deserve a
I'm sorry.
license.
We
you know,
have, I have 2 locations. One of them on
Yes.
First Avenue, 45 First Avenue. The second one on 7 Avenue, Perry Street.
Okay.
So the first store we had is the First Avenue one. So when we applied for the license, the lawyer said we could use the old license, and so we received the new license. So the
Who's
day
that lawyer?
before we received it, guys came in and they said we can't use that one. And then when we applied for the other store, I think they denied it because of that license, I think. And that's why we're here.
Okay. And you have been operating your business with temps, right?
Yes.
And you have been buying alcoholic products, right? And selling it, right? Okay, so why are you telling me that you have not been selling alcoholic products?
We're talking about after they denied it. Because they sent us
Okay, but you had a temp as of, you had a temp that expired about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, so it's been 3 weeks. I
haven't
haven't
sold
bought
any-
no
we
beer.
didn't buy anything.
Like I haven't bought no alcohol. You can go to public records. Like I haven't received. I haven't even ordered anything.
Okay.
Juan, do you know when the temp was issued?
Yes, the first temporary was issued back in February 9th of 23.
Okay, and then it was in April that there was a denial.
And then they've been basically,
I think that temp was
renewing.
issued in error. Look, I can make you wait, but I don't really want to hold bad advice against you, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And you should thank your manager because
Thank you.
he's stepping in to argue for you like it's his business, which is heartwarming.
Thank you.
And it's gonna be my what the hell of the day. I'm gonna vote yes.
Thank you very much.
And Commissioner,
Yes.
Respectfully, I'm sorry, but I don't feel comfortable with this application. Based on the reasons for the denial in April, the financing to me seems to be insufficient. And some of the responses that we heard, I don't think was satisfactory for me. So respectfully, I'm going to deny the application.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so the application has been denied due to lack of quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So from now on, we gotta apply for another application? Like, do we have to
Yeah,
apply for?
so,
File reconsideration.
I would file for reconsideration. And if that doesn't work out, I would, file a new application, because usually, you know, time goes by and you get it eventually. But I can't, you know, you have to file for reconsideration and file another new application.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. You have a great day.
Hey, Annie, are there any other items in Albany?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, if you want to just hold on for a few more minutes, in case someone shows up, that would be great.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
We're now going to go ahead and turn to New York City. And the first item is 016 and 017, HC Operator Incorporated.
So we have opposition for those, for that item. Just give me 1 second, I just gotta get them.
Hey, while you do that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Why don't you?
Paula, we need a
I'm super
recess, please.
fast.
Hi, Paula. So we're gonna need a recess, please? You want everybody in?
Okay.
Hello, Paula, we're back.
Good morning.
Okay. There is opposition?
Yes.
Okay. Please go on ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning, Donald Bernstein, from Bernstein, Reynolds and Sabitsky, on behalf of the applicant. With me is Amalia Nicholas, who is the Vice President of Development of the applicant. May I proceed?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. This is a new application by HC Operator Inc., which is a not-for-profit company for a private members club license. It is in the cellar of the building at 29 9th Avenue at the corner of 13th Street in the Meatpacking District. My client has been constructing this space that has a license history, has spent a few $1 million to prepare it and plans to open, I believe it will be ready to open in January. The space from 2004 to 2016 was part of the restaurant known as Spice Market. So it was licensed as a restaurant for 12 years, which included the cellar subgrade space that we are going to use, as well as the ground floor. So Spice Market, which was licensed for 12 years, had possibly twice as much space as what we are going to have. We have no ground floor space other than the entrance on 13th Street. There's a small vestibule that people come in. Their memberships will be checked, and then there are stairs and elevators to go downstairs. But there's no patron use of any ground
So
floor
the
space.
entire operation is in the cellar of
That
the
is
building?
correct. It is all subgrade space.
And what is the purpose of the nonprofit?
It is going to be a private members club. It is a social club that is specifically authorized by the ABC law. There are many such private members clubs throughout the city. I've listed.
That's not the
a number.
question. The question
I'm
is
sorry.
what is his intent?
I'm not sure
What
I
is the-
understand. It will be a private members club, so only those who become accepted as dues-paying members and their guests will be allowed admittance in accordance with the rules of a not-for-profit private members club.
What I saw was the reference to that the law requires that there be a social purpose. And I think
Yes.
that's the question that's being asked.
Yeah,
What is the social
The
purpose?
social purpose is for people to meet. There are a number of rooms. There is a dining room, there's a music room, there's a library. Those all serve social functions. This is the same kind of setup that are in 2 dozen private members clubs in New York City. I've listed a number of them in my letter. They are all very similar. Some have pool tables, some have swimming pools, some have some athletic functions, but that is what a social club is. It's not unlike Soho House and many others that are in the city. And the certificate of incorporation of its formation as a not-for-profit specifically identifies it as a social members club. So that is where it fits in with the statute. Prior to Spice Market, the authority had approved an application by 2933 9th Avenue LLC as a restaurant called Davide. That was approved by the authority in 2018. The license was issued in 2019 for the subgrade space that we are taking. To my knowledge, it did not open because the license was issued at the end of 2019. COVID hit, so I don't think they ever opened, but they were approved with the license issued. And they had the same hours we are seeking here that was approved by you, by the authority at the time.
But it wasn't a full board approval. It was
I believe that's
like-
correct. No.
It was a full board approval?
Yes, in fact, I was there at the meeting.
Oh,
It was heard before the full board.
Okay.
I specifically remember being at that meeting. Mark Fargione's son was one of the principals, so yes. And that was approved with a midnight close Sunday through Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, which is what we are seeking here. It was also approved with live music, and it was approved with a DJ for private events. I also wanted to point out that John George, the well-known James Beard Award-winning chef, is going to be doing the food and beverage service within our members club. And John George was one of the owners of Spice Market when it operated in the space for 12 years. So in some sense, he's coming back to the space that he had previously been licensed for. In our letter, we list a number of the restaurants that he owns, top-notch operator.
Okay.
The 500-foot rule hearing was held, I believe, in December or January. The administrative court judge specifically found that the public interest test has been met and was satisfied. The community board had some issues. The ALJ either dismissed those issues, saying that they were not real issues, or that we were able to address them with our submissions. And I think that goes to show that we in fact have met the public interest test, and based upon her report, the authority actually approved the temporary permit for us for this space. We haven't activated the temporary permit because we haven't finished construction. Construction will finish probably by January, but we have been approved for temp for the space on this application.
I see. You're in the basement of the furniture store? Is that right?
Furniture store.
Deidre was old. They're no longer there, but the cellar makes up about 12,000 square feet. The restaurant is around 7,000 of that.
Okay.
But 40% of that is for back of house kitchen
Yeah.
use. So the actual space, dining space of the restaurant is around 4,000.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Carey is the ABC officer. He has been involved with Casa Cipriani, which is another private members club in the B&B building downtown. He is also on a hotel license and on a catering facility license, none of which have any violations. He also owns this building that we are going in. So he has a vested interest to make sure that he can operate this private members club in a way so it's not going to disturb.
How much is membership?
In the hotel. Depends how old you are. If you're 32 and over, it's $2,600 a year. If you are 31 and under, it's $1,800 a year, so it's probably less than a gym membership.
What do you get for $2,600?
For $2,600, you get membership. You get to come in and use the facility and bring in your guests with the guest policy.
It's food, it's gym, and what else?
I don't think there's
Food,
no
beverage, cultural events, wine tastings, programming.
For members.
How many members do you anticipate?
We're looking to accept around 1,000.
Are there events that's going to be open to the public?
No, cannot be. It's not permitted. Just by law, it's not permitted.
All right.
Aware of the fact, just have a couple of more points if I may. Aware of the fact that we are in meatpacking. We did some environmental impact studies. We did a sound study to make sure that the sound, which of course is all subgrade, is not going to disturb anybody. That report came back positive. No one on the street will hear anything, which is why we'd like to have a DJ.
Are there residents on that street?
I don't believe there are residents on that street, but I'm sure you'll hear from the opposition if there are. There's a hotel above us. There's Dansport Hotel is across the street. Equinox is there. There are a number of commercial establishments.
Yeah.
We also did a traffic report to confirm that the amount of people coming and going will not create a burden on the area. And again, of course, remember that this space was licensed for many, many years. So we're not taking space that has never been licensed and now turning it into licensed space. We're in fact taking about half of what was licensed to Spice Market.
Well, in a way that, that argument, just playing devil's advocate is you're taking a publicly licensed space that's open to the public and making it private. And there's some, whether that's in the public interest or not, it's,
Well, it is, first of all, it is private space. This is privately owned space.
I understand, but I'm saying you're making it into a private club versus an open restaurant.
Which is
right?
specifically authorized by the ABC law.
I understand.
There's a
I
specific
understand it's
category
illegal.
of
I
places.
get that.
And there are many restaurants that are open to the public in the area. And from statements that my client made at the community board meeting and would make them if Mr. Carey was here today, is that he is going to certainly encourage members or residents from the immediate area to join this club. It's beneficial for them. It's beneficial for the club. It's very affordable. At $2,600 is the total annual dues. It's nothing. It's a home away from home if people want to come during the day and work, if they want to entertain business, social guests and bring them. If they just want to hang out and bring their laptop, it's these private members clubs can be very beneficial. And I also want to point out that there is a code of conduct. We've attached that so that you know. It's not as if there can be lines formed outside. It's not going to be part of people just stopping by. They can't. The code of conduct requires the patrons to be respectful to other members, to the guests, to the facility, to the neighborhood, to the neighbors. And if they are not, we have the ability to remove them as members.
All right.
It kind of dawns on me, it's not maybe perhaps so pertinent to this issue, but it does dawn on me that these clubs seem to be proliferating, becoming more and more popular. And what is the long-term effect as this industry moves more and more into a private club business formula as opposed to the clubs that I'm familiar with back in the day, that were open to the public in general?
Well, I don't know what clubs are open to the public. I mean, to have a liquor license.
I use maybe that's not the right
I mean,
word to use.
You know, the Harvard Club, they're all private,
Yeah.
you know, the Union League Club, those are all private clubs, and they've been around for a long time. Many of them come from London, as it turns out. You go to London, and there are hundreds of private members clubs. It has not impacted the quality of life any more differently than if it was a restaurant instead of a members club. I don't think it has any adverse effect, and there are many places where people can enjoy a meal or a cocktail or a drink. It's not as if by taking the space and making it private members, the community is losing out because they have no place to go. There are many places to go. In fact, one of the arguments is that there are a lot of licenses in the area. Well, there are licenses in that area and licenses in the adjoining areas. There are plenty of places to go. And again, I know I said this, but you know, the members clubs are specifically authorized by the ABC law, so clearly there's an intention to license them and foster them. So I have to agree with you. There is more interest lately in those than others.
In the short time I've been here, I'm seeing.
Yeah, but you know, again, given the cost. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I
like
mean,
gym
if
memberships.
I were 31 years old and right now I run my own business, like this is great instead of renting an office.
Well, we
Like,
actually,
that's kind of
we had
the way to
another
go.
application some time ago where we had people come specifically say that. They say, I can rent an office for $1,800 a month,
Yeah.
or I can pay $1,800 a year and bring my guests and entertainment. And it's, for many people, it's a home away from home, it's an office away from home. So it really serves
What is it
some
called?
functions.
Margot.
Margot?
Margot.
Margot, is that a person or what is that?
It's a person, so,
Okay.
French name, Margaux.
G-A. I see. Got it.
Um,
All right, let them go,
okay,
please.
sure.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for having us. I just want to point out that co-working is not an allowable use in private members club.
Can I ask a quick question before you get started? I understand that you did not have an opportunity to review the submission despite immediately making a request for copies.
Yeah.
Are you referring to a request you made of the SLA?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead.
In fact, I'm going to address that and, you know, here are the copies of the requests that we made to the authority. I'm Carter Booth. I'm here along with Donna Raftery on behalf of Manhattan Community Board 2, and Amita Rodman is a local resident who's here with us as well. I want to clarify a few things for the official record before we begin that were raised at the last meeting on November 8th. As you were aware, the reason the matter was before you is because CB2 protested the application, recommended denial, as is the common practice at the SLA. Notices of full board meetings are sent to community boards when they protest an application so that we may appear before you on these matters. Generally, those notices are sent out a few weeks before the scheduled meeting. Commissioner DeLeon, as you've noticed, you're seeing a pattern with us here. When we are in opposition, we generally try to appear before you because we stand behind our resolutions and also because we want to answer questions, etc. The New York State's disaster emergency for COVID ended on September 12th, 2022. Despite that, 500-foot hearings, including this one, which occurred on January 2nd, 2023, continue to be conducted without appearances by any parties due to COVID-19 by submission only with no opportunity for engagement, which leaves this final hearing as the only meaningful opportunity to engage with dialogue and to answer the inevitable questions that arise, and in this case, find out exactly what was submitted as we've not received any materials.
Do you want to stop and go receive the materials? Is there materials that you feel like you're
we can go
missing?
through this. I mean, if you think there's
No,
something
because
that we
I don't
should-
want you to have to proceed if you don't feel like you have all the materials. Because it wouldn't be fair to you. if you feel like you came here
I
unprepared.
believe that.
I mean, I don't know what's in the materials, so.
Yeah,
we're
we
saying
don't
that-
know.
I mean, we have no idea what's in the materials. We
And-
still
and-
have not received them.
And we're often told, as Mr. Bernstein will tell you, that when we recommend denial, that means they're under no obligation to necessarily submit the same materials that they've submitted to us. And as a result, things may change, or also in response to our resolution, they may change some things in submission to the 500-foot hearing.
So are you missing materials? You don't have the application?
We don't have
You haven't
any.
sent-
We received
Okay, so
nothing.
then I can't proceed. Juan, can we go and print all the materials, give it to them, give them, let's have you guys review it, and then maybe you can get called again at 12:30? Would that be fair?
Sure. Did we adjourn 2 weeks ago so that
Yes.
they could do this?
I don't know what happened, they didn't get the
Did
materials.
you make a request?
We made a
We made
gazillion requests, we have received nothing.
Yeah,
So
we
what-
have a request here, I think November 10th.
It's a
November
failure
13th,
on our
November
part, I
20th.
apologize, it's our
Because I made
failure.
a request for
I-
their submission.
I get
got
it, I get it, let them read the application, because they can't make arguments without the application.
And
Let's do
I
this.
have it, what are you missing?
May I ask your indulgence
we
to
You don't have
speak
anything.
now because I cannot wait till 12:30 I have a business meeting. If,
Okay.
with your permission,
Yes,
I will be very brief.
so do you guys need the materials or not need the materials, because
Well, I'm speaking as a resident.
and you should have told me yesterday that you don't have materials, like,
We did
I
send
know,
in requests
no, but you
every
need to
day.
tell me, you have my contact for a reason,
Okay. I mean,
okay?
that's,
I know, but I don't want you to waste your time, I
On
know
all
you guys
three
do
items
this
that-
on your own time, you need to tell me.
okay.
Fair
Because
enough.
I
Yeah.
100% will have sent it to you myself if
Right.
my staff cannot get it together. Okay? So tell me, please. Because it makes,
Right.
because I've made them wait 3 weeks. You're waiting, I could have sent you the materials.
I could have sent it, no one asked me.
Yeah, anybody could
Well,
have sent
we're
the
not
materials.
supposed to, I'm
I know,
sorry,
I
we are
get it,
not
I
supposed
get
to be
it,
asking
no,
you for
it's a
materials.
failure of our system, and I don't want you to waste your time, so go ahead.
Okay. I'm just gonna be very brief because I think that the letter from the CB2 covers all of our issues, but as a resident of the area in a tall building, there's not a sound or an event that happens in the Meatpacking that doesn't affect our building,
Right.
250 building, apartments. I'm gonna speak to,
How close do you live?
well, depends which angle, 2 blocks.
What's your
61
address?
61 Jane.
61 Jane Street, okay.
Yes. So, and I look into
Okay.
three or four salient points. One, you already know, saturation in terms of the number of liquor licenses as we strive, working with the bid to balance things out and have really a day and night situation, which is good for the community, good for the residents, good for the businesses. Saturation also applies here in terms of the number of private clubs, the technical work private clubs. There being already 3, there being 1 right adjacent to where this is going to be. And private events, which are not part of this application, but lots of businesses are doing private events. Now, what happens for us is that one cannot directly control the behavior of one's clients, nor does one want to, shall I say, scold your clients too much, but you can't control them when they leave the facility, and that's what affects the community.
Right.
I don't have a problem with the hours, that it's daytime and all of that.
What
But
time do you close?
12 during the week, I'm sorry, 1 during the week and 2 a.m. Wait a minute.
12,
during the
12, I'm
during the
looking
week
at
and
it,
2 a.m.
12 and 2 between Tuesdays and Saturdays.
Okay.
The not-for-profit piece is a little unclear to me, regardless of what Mr. Brinson said and its allowability, it doesn't quite jive. I just simply want to speak to the fact that location, the issue of having so many clubs within a very small, 10-block radius of us is becoming a problem. So as a resident, I only speak for
Right.
many people here.
Right, because there is the Soho House right upstairs, right across the street, and
No,
then
Soho
there's
House
this.
is in the same building.
It's in the same building,
Same
and then
building.
there's a Gansevoort, which is now getting built.
Adjacent.
And then to my west is what used to be the Jane Street Hotel.
I see.
So the more important thing is this is a prime, wonderful location.
Yeah.
Except for the traffic.
Yeah.
It's really a problem.
Yeah.
And that's actually 24/7, that's not just at night. That's not the applicant's fault, but it is the vagary of what was imagined 10 years ago and what has evolved since then. Thank you.
Okay, so what do you want to do? You want to read the application, or you want to keep going? Because I'm saying this because I respect your work.
Yeah,
you
Right,
know?
yeah.
I know that.
So, but if you think
I
there's
mean,
something missing.
you know some of our concerns, but we also don't know what was addressed. So I think that without
reviewing the submissions for the 500-foot hearing, we may cover ground that is unnecessary and not cover ground that we may want.
So I think we should read it.
So you wanna take the documents and prepare?
Yeah.
I mean, since you're
If we can
here,
just
I would
read
rather you just take that time and do it, so
Yeah.
that we're
And
not
on the other
operating
two
in the dark.
items, we can proceed even though we did not get the materials.
Okay,
Just,
sounds
we
good.
have two of them, they're just.
Okay,
putting
so
that out there
Juan
ahead
is
of
gonna
time,
go
so.
print the documents and give it to you. 500, no, not the 500-foot report.
Yeah, we didn't,
You
we don't have that.
You don't have the 500-foot report?
No,
Okay.
we
That
have
was
not.
issued in January, they had
We
10
have,
months to ask for that.
you know, I'm just gonna say, we, on another application, have something that we've been asking for since August and have not
I know,
received it, so
Donald, you have to
Donald, it's
accommodate
great
us,
that you
it's
have
our
gotten
fault.
this.
Donald gets
Blame me.
the
It's my fault.
responses
I mean,
from us in one day.
If I can
All right,
just
let's
say,
just wait, I'm sorry, we're
the
gonna make you
last
wait
time
another
he
hour or
was
so,
here,
okay?
he
All right,
apparently had
let's
an
just do
email that we
this.
sent and misspoke about.
Alright, so the 500-foot.
So what do you
What we
need?
thought
You need
was
the
the
500-foot?
So,
Yes,
we
the-
haven't
the-
received anything.
The 500-foot hearing with the attachments.
As a matter of
Okay.
fundamental fairness, that's why
Thank you.
I raised it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for coming, I appreciate you.
What time then?
Let's give it 1 hour.
1 hour.
It's 11:07, let's come back at 12:15.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And members, I would appreciate knowing the email that the requests were submitted to, just so we can check on our end.
Did you get that, John?
Okay,
That could be
yeah,
at a
we
later
will,
time.
okay.
Do you want me to?
Okay, so are we ready to proceed?
1 second.
Okay,
Just
yeah.
1 second,
Paula.
Paula.
Sure.
The last meeting and again for this meeting.
Yeah, no, there's,
Been followed
we
up,
have some
so-
issues on our end,
Yeah.
that's fixed, I'll
So
try to
board
fix it,
info
but,
Alright, so she
okay.
needs the 500, alright, so
Yeah.
we take that
On
to
the
500.
third.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
All right, yep.
And on the third, Paula, just because you were asking, on the 24th of November, it was sent to board info and also a staff person, and it was sent to board info and a staff person on November 10th. And on November 13th, a staff person and the secretary's office.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Those are the only 3 I saw. I didn't scroll through to see if there were other dates, but
Okay, so I'm gonna print that right now.
Juan, do you
Yes.
need me to help with this? I can email Bill and Mike.
Oh, well, I was gonna print it out right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna print it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Do it right now. Print, okay. Actually, that's what we do for the real quick. So that's 4684. Okay, so let me get this out. 1, 2, 5, 4, 6, 8, 4.
At the soccer match, we have a big soccer match.
Oh, God.
Are we muted?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Can you mute
No,
us
that's
for a
good, that's
second?
good, you know, these things happen.
Since we're taking a quick break. Is that muted?
No, the lights.
We're taking a short recess.
Paula, we're ready to go. Sorry, everyone, for the pause. I know it's crowded out there. We're gonna try to keep moving along here.
Okay. So the next item is 022, Kahuna Grill Incorporated.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody enjoyed. I hope by now everybody finished their Thanksgiving leftovers.
I'm sorry, excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. I just bother you. Can you please just go a little here? Yeah.
This way, sure.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay, great.
Am I finding?
Yep, you're good.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Sarfa, Mr. Herrera. My name is Dustin Dente. I'm appearing on behalf of Pat DeLuca. He's apologized that he cannot be here in person. By the time we had already gotten notice of the hearing, he was already on a pre-planned trip out of town for his grandson's birthday, so he does send greetings from Tennessee. With me is Margarita Bruce, the principal of Kahuna Grill Incorporated. And I had an opportunity to review the full board documents that were sent to me on Monday, yesterday, regarding the history of the premises, which I know is a point of concern, as well as I believe you received my submission last week pertaining to some background as to how Ms. Gerbers became involved in this venture and why we're here today. In short, I think I said it quite succinctly, she went down the rabbit hole. She went to buy some equipment from an auctioneer and walked up with a restaurant. Not knowing, but not being informed by the auctioneer or the landlord what had happened there before. She learned about the adverse history actually.
Why were you buying restaurant equipment?
I own another restaurant.
You own another restaurant?
Yes, it's disclosed on her PTO, and she eats a mess of people. It's a Mexican restaurant. Her family actually owns a number of.
How far is that from this location?
20 minutes?
Okay, great. So you don't know the people that own this?
No.
And it's 2 a.m. across the board?
Yes.
Recorded music only?
We did put acoustic because it is a mix.
Acoustic, your mariachi band?
Yeah. Thank you, Mexican without mariachi.
Okay, and who's gonna manage?
Myself.
How are you gonna manage both?
My husband, he is in charge of the other restaurant.
Okay.
And I only live 4 minutes away.
4 minutes from this restaurant?
Yes.
Wow, okay. Commissioner?
Your son gave you a loan?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a promissory note? Do you have to pay that back? I mean, he is your son.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it also.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. And happy holidays, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much.
Good luck too.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Next item called is 014, Cherry Hill Gourmet Incorporated.
Good morning.
How are you? Good morning. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Could you please place your names on the record, please?
Actually, you're not blocking the camera.
No, you're okay.
Frank Malaveco, representative for the licensee. I have with me the owner of the grocery, David Izev, and the general manager, Uzi Mizra.
That's right.
That's right.
Who won the award?
Me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's not easy to have for a gross. I don't think I've ever heard that.
Kind of crazy. We were just discussing that.
Yeah, amazing. Okay.
Yeah, and it was just that one situation. It was during the COVID situation with the regulations allowing.
Okay, so I
off-premise
think
sales.
you're applying for the right category now. You know that you are only allowed wine products to go and not wine to go.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I see the support, you know, I saw the letters of support, okay? And I hear council's argument regarding the COVID situation. I can approve the application.
Thank you. All right, and I'll vote to approve as well. Thanks for coming in.
Okay,
Thank you.
application is approved. Next item is 015. That's World Wine and Liquors Incorporated.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
Hello, thank you. Is there any opposition?
Yeah, there's opposition. Do you want the?
Yeah, can we, yeah, put your name on the record and then we'll have.
Just go against the wall.
Sure, thank you. Hello.
Morning.
Hi, guys. All right, here we go.
Michael James, representing World Wine and Liquor, with me is Celia Gonzalez and Joanna Javier, one of the two principals of the operation. I will stand to the side.
Okay. All right, you guys wanna, put your names on the record and, say a little bit about why you're here?
There you go, from PNR Wine and Liquor.
You're from PNR?
PNR Wine and
Yes,
Liquor.
I see it.
And what is your name, sir, please?
Wine and Liquor and
Yeah, you have to say your name.
Oh, my name is Satpal Singh, and my wife, Harpreet Kaur.
Okay, and you're the owners of PNR Wine?
Yes.
Okay, and you just transferred it in 23?
2020, yes, end of the 2022, I believe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys are?
I'm from Taurus Wine and Liquor.
You're from Taurus Wine and Liquor, which is the closest store?
Yeah.
Okay, and you, sir?
Road
And, can you tell me your name? sir?
Gurpreet Singh.
A good precinct?
Yes, Mr. David, he's in Florida, so he sent his.
Manager?
Yes.
Okay, and you
I'm,
are?
I'm from Roadside Wine and Liquor.
You're from, which one?
Roadside Wine and Liquor,
Okay.
1603 Bushwick Avenue.
And how far is that from here?
That's also the closest one, right? Yeah.
0.8.
And would you
What's your
state
address?
your name, please, for the record, sir?
My name is Gurpal Singh, and 1603 Bushwick Avenue.
Bushwick Avenue. Okay, all right, got it, go ahead.
Yes, me and my wife, we bought the PNR in 2022, and since we bought this within 2022, it's not even, it's just barely 1 year. So we put a lot of money in the business, and I don't see any sales growing. We did some renovation to increase the sales. I don't see any, like, the sales are increasing, and the proposed location is very close to our store, and there's another store, Taurus Wine and Liquor, which is also just a year-old business. And,
Okay, you're PNR, right?
yes, miss,
Okay.
2628 Atlantic Avenue.
Right, but my numbers show that I know that you just bought it,
Yeah,
but historically, the figures are showing growth. That's,
no, it's going down, actually. I don't see any growth since we bought it.
well, yeah, but that's not how I look at it. I
No,
look at it
okay.
because the store was there. I look at it
Yeah.
between now and what you were doing what the store was doing in 2019.
Oh,
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, the 19 and 20, like, people were doing a good business because, the COVID and all that thing. And after that, the business, and the
I understand.
population is not increased, it's like less 7% less population. And the poverty is 27% in this area, which is not good for the business.
Uh-huh.
And putting another store which is not doing any different, like it's the same liquor store, nothing different. And within 1.2 miles, there's 14 stores in this neighborhood. And one just closed down in March 2023. Da Liquor, the name is Da Liquor, they closed down. They said no business. So I tried to get in touch with the owner, they said no business, they closed down.
I
They
see.
were losing.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see the Fulton Avenue is like all packed up with the liquor
Yeah.
stores.
Okay.
And one more thing, there's proposed location 2735 Atlantic Avenue, and there's church right next to it within less than 200 feet.
Is there a church for the show here?
There are 3 churches
Yeah.
listed, they're not, what we have information, they're not exclusively churches, but there are 3 places of worship.
Yeah, the
in-
one
in
is just
very
right
close
crossing the street,
proximity.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you so much.
All right, go ahead, sir. You guys don't want to speak?
No, I don't want to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
If you wanna put up your point, you can say whatever you want.
All right, cool.
Okay, thank you once again for hearing us. Hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. With me today are both the applicants, principals. And what they seek to do is open a neighborhood packaged liquor store from a neighborhood that they're familiar with and from. As the opposition mentioned, kind of stole thunder on that, the store closest to them and closest to our closest store, Torres, they closed out in March of 2023. They were there for almost a decade. So.
Wait, Taurus is not
No, closest.
Oh, the
Actually,
other.
You're talking about DA.
Yeah, DA closed down. They were closest to Torres, which we're closest to now. We're only 2 blocks away from.
So you're saying you're replacing another store?
Correct.
Okay.
We'll just be replacing the store that ended in March, closed in March. And the authority may have this information, but I do believe it's because their lease is expired. And usually landlords like to increase the rent at the end of a lease period. The authority can check that. But in any case, we are just replacing that store. I did take a look at the figures as well, and I did a calculation by dividing the months that we were reported by, and then times it by 12. And I see that we have increases for three of the 4 stores. Only one store shows some type of indication of a decrease, but all of the stores, including P&R, this year should do 775 by that calculation.
So you know how I do, I think, you've heard me say how I do this, and it's not a perfect science. I think, to be fair, you want to have some kind of standard, some kind of consistency across the board. So we all say we go back to 2019 and we disregard the COVID years because of the bump, because of the anomaly there. I take whatever figures I have for this year and divide them for how many months we have. So if it says 5 months, I divide by 5, whatever. And then I take that monthly figure and multiply it by 12. When I do that, here, I'm getting significant decrease in numbers. For P&R, from 668,000 in 2019 to 77,000. For U and Lou, from 872 down to 107. For SNL, from 369 down to 55.
So I think that there's an issue because I have the same numbers just in hundreds of thousands. You just have it in tens of thousands.
Did I make an error?
There's no way that. There's no way.
They're huge.
It just couldn't be.
So let me ask you. Give me an example.
So we have the same numbers. So for instance, if you take P&R, you have 77.
Right.
I have 775. So it's just one decimal.
Oh, I know exactly what happened. You got it.
Okay.
You're right. You're absolutely right. That's my error.
No problem.
I see that.
So if taking a look at those figures, now we show an increase.
Right. Yes, you do.
Yeah. On all of them, and then putting it together with they're just replacing a store that was there for 10 years. We're not changing the makeup of the neighborhood. The authority has seen found public convenience and advantage from having another store there already, and so I would ask just based on those, and based on the fact that they're great operators in different parts of life already successful, that I would ask for this application.
I don't know anything about that. Can you talk more about that?
I can. So Celio has a successful auto business.
And how far is the auto business from here?
So it's an online business. I believe he has partners and he does.
It's an online business,
right.
Okay.
And then she used to be successful in HR. She has a successful background in HR. Pandemic has not treated her well.
And how do you guys know each other?
They're partners.
Okay.
Yeah, partners.
Thank you.
Business.
Yeah.
All right. So who's gonna do what?
Who's gonna operate the business?
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do finances.
You would do the finances. Who's gonna do the ordering?
I'll be taking care of that.
Okay.
That's what
Okay.
person.
Yeah, she handles the money.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you for pointing that out. That must have been a somehow, because it does no point in the comment in the wrong place.
All right,
Can I say something about DA?
yes,
As he mentioned that, he said that they closed because of the loss of lease or increase of rent, which is not true. I speak to the owner, he said there was no business, he was doing online business. And he couldn't pay some taxes, I think, so he closed down. He said he didn't have the money to take care of some taxes. He was trying to sell the business also, but he said he couldn't take care of some taxes, so he closed down, which is totally different than like losing lease or increasing the rent, which is.
But the numbers do show a slight increase. The numbers do show a slight
Yeah,
increase.
I don't know about that.
all right. It's a close call. I'm going to, since it's replacing a closed store and, the applicants are experienced retail, and local in this community, so I see public convenience and advantage in giving them opportunity, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I will also vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank Next item is 004, La Negra VERO Corporation.
Hi. Hi, how are you? Good morning, this side. What number is this? 004. 004. Yes, sir. La Negra VERO.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Mark Bonilla. You'd like my address? 25 Bridge Street, Belmore, New York. I represent La Negra VERO Corporation. And I have with me the owner, Indira Rosada.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is a class change application?
Yes, if I may.
Sure, sure.
Okay. We are, the client previously had a beer and wine application, is for a full liquor. The reason I'm really here is I'm sure this honorable board is aware that there's was 2 charges that were instituted against my client, and initially I did impose a not guilty plea. I'm here today to change that. My client has authorized me to change it and submit a conditional no contest and to offer an amount in the amount of.
All right, that's fine, but we can't handle that here.
Okay.
So you have to, I will pause this, and you need to take care of that with counsel's office, and then you can come back for this, because I'm glad you're saying that, because that helps us. I'm gonna hold this over until our first meeting in January, so that
January
counsel's office can have time to work out the CNC, and then you can come back.
Okay, that's fine, because I had been in conversation with Ms. Marcito, and I was under the understanding, because we agreed to the 5,000.
That's fine, they just need to process it and send that up to full board, and then that hopefully, and we need to, you and Shannon needs to manage that and make sure that item comes to full board on December 19th, and then your client can come back. You don't need to come on December 19th, but you can come in January.
Okay.
Okay?
Great. Do I get a January date today?
Yes, I'm gonna tell you,
10.
yeah, 10, right?
Okay, great.
Yes.
So continue to speak with Ms. Marcito.
I will.
And get that moving along.
100%.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Great holiday, folks.
Yes, you too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay.
All right.
The next items are 018, 019, 020, and 021. 32 Mill LLC.
All right. So where are we at with this? This has been kicked over and kicked over and kicked over. What are we looking at here?
Pardon me, Chair, if we could have names on the record, that would be great.
Yes, sure.
Sure. Andrew Perrell, Trout and Pepper, on behalf of 32 Mill LLC. With me is the managing member, Erin Finn. And yes, Madam Chairperson, it has been kicked around a little bit. Initially, Ms. Finley couldn't be available the first time we were called. Then the subsequent NOPs came in. My request was to consolidate. I'm sorry for limping, and I do appreciate the accommodation. I had foot surgery, and I'm off the walker. I was going to bring it in for some sympathy, but I left it behind. In any event, we have pled no contest to all, spoken with Larry Schwartz. He's accepted them, and we're here today because we understood you wanted to.
So,
Ms. Finley.
What's going to happen upstairs now?
We are waiting on the final approvals. We have village approval contingent on wastewater, food service contingent on wastewater who came and did their final. He was hoping to get me the actual approval prior to Thanksgiving. I'm gonna go with his holiday week. Didn't go as planned. I keep checking my email, hoping it would come in this morning, but it still has not.
I can represent to the commission that the planning board has voted 3-0 in favor of acceptance, subject to.
Okay.
I've spoken with Louis LaFemina. He has approved after the inspection. He's wastewater. And Amanda McDonald was on vacation for Thanksgiving, but she will be coming from food. And we presented to her actual pieces of what we use because they look like real wine glasses, but they're actually biodegradable plastic. They look like heavy duty plates. They're made out of bamboo. And the utensils are also made out of bamboo. And we showed that, and she was very impressed and satisfied. So we're just waiting as a matter of process.
She says as soon as she gets the letter that wastewater has signed off, she will then come do one final inspection.
Okay.
And does not think that time will be a problem actually in scheduling that, which was an added.
And I do want to say that other than the painting and the signs coming down and then the inspector giving new signs, and they were immediately resolved, which we responded to quote Madam Chairperson, the last time I was here, don't piss off the neighbors. That's what we kind of have here, but the situation is a little complicated. This is a mixed-use zoned area where they purchased their residences right in the middle of where there are a lot of businesses.
Yeah.
And they're not happy that the businesses are there.
I know.
And there are concessions that have been made that didn't need to be made by my client, and we can't make them happy. So we just do the best we can in terms of no noise, staying within the hours, doing everything. Currently, the upstairs is not open. The downstairs cafe is, and we should have this wrapped up very, very quickly.
Okay. Commissioner?
Good. Yeah. I will take the chair's lead on this one.
You know, when you read the documents, it suggests that you perhaps deserve a high fine, but I do appreciate that you are in a situation where you have neighbors that are not happy with you, and you will continue to get targeted.
Unfortunately, it's been an ongoing since we built
Sure,
originally.
yeah.
It's been
So-
quiet for years. And it's quiet, can I just add one thing about the situation? In what we are giving up to do this, which is literally 8 seats behind 2 closed doors, is we are not doing our outdoor at all in the evening. We used to do dinner for 30 people.
Right.
We are not doing that because management-wise and time-wise, this is easier and easier controlled. It's actually also 10 times quieter. It's not people on the lawn, which.
If I could jump in, the last planning board hearing, the main complainant, she admitted on the record that there was no noise and she had no noise complaints, no nothing. So I think we're in a good spot right now. You could change, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I don't know, I'm gonna go.
That's
4
what-
cases.
That's what I was thinking, but I am moved by the presentation.
I'm gonna go to 5,000.
That's pretty significant. I'm gonna go with 5,000 also.
And thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
5,000 for both,
All right.
okay. Thank you.
Wish you all the best for the holidays.
Yeah, and just wait for the thing to come before you open upstairs, please.
Yes.
I think you know now that someone is watching, and I hope not to see you here again. 'Cause
I hope not to be here again, although this was a very pleasant experience, thank you.
I tried, but you don't really deserve this, so.
Great. Happy
Thank you.
holidays.
Okay, the next item is 007, 4306, Happy Grocery Incorporated.
Hello. How are you?
Please state your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Jay Yu, I'm the representative, here's a.
Yeah, this is a mistake that we made as an agency. I'm gonna vote to approve. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
I also vote to approve.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry you had to come here.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 032, Pisces Bar and Tavern Incorporated.
Yeah.
Trying to get moving. I mean what I
How are you,
said.
sir?
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning to each of you individually.
Thank you.
My name is Joel Mayer. I'm representing Pisces Bar and Tavern.
Where's your client?
I didn't think my client had to be here since I was representing my client.
Okay.
So I don't want to fault him, but it's my fault.
Sure. I don't want to fault him either, but this is a pretty serious
Can I
situation.
preface my remark? I think the amended plea form really is a no contest, not a conditional contest.
Fair enough.
There were 6 violations. One was the inactive corporation, which was due to the accountant having failed to file the 21 and 22 income tax returns. I can't speak for the accountant whether it was based on COVID or not, but it's been reinstated.
Do you have a document that shows that it's been reinstated? Because you were inactive between 2000 and, you were inactive between 2016. And so it doesn't seem to me like it is just someone forgot to file something for 1 year.
But it's been reinstated.
I understand. Do you have a document that shows that?
Yes, and I submitted everything to Mr. Buckley several times.
Let me see.
The one thing that I saw was the food service license. Has that been,
Pardon me?
the food service license?
Yeah, no, that was my error as well. On June 9th,
Okay.
I wrote referee, Robert Buckley Esquire. I said New York City, and I enclosed New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene Permit, expiration date 5/31/2024.
So that's current now.
I have a copy of it with me. I didn't submit it because I thought it was submitted previously. The issue of Wakamba, the trade name, I'm almost embarrassed to say. In 1973, I represented this establishment from 1973 now, all the different owners. And in 1973, the original name of the corporation was Wakamba Restaurant and Tavern. And over the years with the different owners who I've represented, I just assumed, I'll take responsibility, that Wakamba had been filed for each of the new establishments, but it's now been filed for Pisces Bar and Tavern. So I'll take responsibility for the error. With regard to the food permit, I've been.
Yeah, we've got that, yeah.
All right, I got it.
And
I'll accept 5,000, sir.
Pardon me?
I'll accept 5,000.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I'll also accept 5,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll get notice, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. The next items are 005 and 006, Casa Latina Restaurant NYC LLC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Hi, how are you?
Paula, what number was that again?
5 and 6.
5 and 6.
So, yes, my name is Adam Powell. I represent CASA Latina Restaurant NY LLC.
Yeah.
I'm here with the principal, Eddie Murat, located at 1455 St. Nicholas Avenue. It's on the corner of 183rd Street. And it's an application for an OP 252 full liquor license. You have the rest of the information, and its broad support has been reviewed by the community board, fully reviewed, supported by the Washington Heights Business Improvement District. The New York
You're
State,
okay with all the stipulations?
the stipulations
Did
of the
you have
community board.
stipulations? Yes.
Yes. Also, New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association, its founder, Jeff Garcia, who, by the way, was recently named Nightlife Mayor, has communicated with the agency his support as well. The principal has been managing Casa del Mofongo for many years, has a great relationship with the police precinct, with the BID and the several owners of other establishments in the area. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So your hours?
The hours are 11:30.
12
12
to
4 a.m.
4 at Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 2 to 4.
And I'm sorry, sir, I did not catch your client's name.
Oh, Eddie Murat,
Murad.
M-O-U-R-A-D.
Thank you. Members, are you ready to vote?
Hold on a second.
Sure.
Just trying to pull up the community board letter here.
The stipulations were display, no double parking sign, phone number for neighbors to complain, and we did not oppose those stipulations.
All right.
500 hearing was positive.
So, with the community board support, I'm gonna vote to approve with the following hours, Monday to Wednesday. It's actually just 4 a.m. across the board. Sunday you have 2 a.m. actually.
2 a.m., yes.
And then it says method of operations, jukebox, karaoke, live, jazz live music, DJ recorded music. The space will be soundproofed and
Yes, it
with a
is.
limiter
It is.
will be installed.
It is installed already.
Okay, fantastic, okay. You wanna vote to approve?
Yeah. I'll also approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, bye.
Thank you. The next items are 23 and 24. Two Smoking Barrels LLC.
So, we have again, two
Opposition.
for opposition and for the reference.
Okay, I just need to,
Paula, we need a brief recess.
just give me 1 second.
We're gonna send them all in again?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are going to take a brief recess.
Good day, Ms. Taylor. Can you hear me? Ms. Taylor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, hi, I'm Susie Pumastelic, the Spanish interpreter. I just wanted to let you know that I'm only available until 12:30.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
I just want to let you know that I will be available only up until 12:30.
Okay, just 1 moment, please.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, and we are back from a brief recess.
Rosa Ruiz, representative for Two Smoking Barrels. I have two of the principals with me, Jenny George and John O'Connor. I also understand we have opposition. I'm sure you want to let me go first.
Sure, go ahead.
So similar to the last item, we requested materials 10 different occasions, starting August 15th, and didn't receive anything. But I did receive
Guys, you
early
need
this
to tell
morning.
me.
I
I
did
know you
receive
told
early
me,
this
but-
morning from a neighborhood group that's in formation, the materials, so we did have a chance to review them.
Okay.
I think that you received a few dozen letters in opposition from members of the community. They copied the community board as well. As I'd stated earlier, the 500-foot hearings are being conducted by submission only, despite COVID being over, so there's no opportunity for any meaningful engagement with the ALJ as far as asking questions or anything else. So I think that most of the decisions, even though this one is in the community's favor, are not necessarily great because they're not able to explore in depth any of these issues, which I think would give better advisory recommendations to the members. Let me just get 2 paragraphs by the way. As we outlined in our submission, our concerns here is that this application has all the hallmarks of a bait and switch application. We were willing to engage in meaningful dialogue with the applicants and did over the course of 2 meetings in 2022, but the applicant was unwilling to work with a plan that had worked at this location by seasoned operators despite their own lack of experience operating this type of venue. On top of that, the allowances that have been requested, DJs, entertainment, public music, live performances, patron dancing, and what we now find out is a tavern application. I hope you can see all those issues raise a lot of concerns to us. This was presented to CB2 as a restaurant, cafe, lounge serving American fare. The applicant, despite repeatedly and emphatically representing to CB2 and local residents that there would absolutely be no outdoor dining or any impacts outside, the music inside, including live music, would be at background levels, that the DJs are just for ambiance, that the provisions for dancing is in case people sway to the music, and that without the 4 a.m. their model wouldn't work. The super late night business is under a restaurant that closes unusually early for hours for an on-premise.
What kind of building is this in?
Residential building. It's unusual that you have a premises operating under one name with 2 very different models of operation, which is what they had also represented to us. And the restaurant closes well before the late night crowd that they seek to get at later hours. So there's a lot of discrepancies here, and it doesn't make sense, and it didn't make sense to the board at that time.
So what was the history of their interaction with community board?
They had appeared, I believe, in May 2022 before the board, and then again in June 2022.
And you went through the whole process, it was voted?
Correct, yes. We went in May. I believe that the board wasn't favorable to it, that I think they understood that. They went back to work with the community and they came back again and still.
I thought I saw that the vote was 29 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 4 abstentions. Is that correct?
Yep, that sounds about right. I was saying at our committee level, not at the board level, which is where we do the engagement with the applicants. But you're correct, that's the right vote.
Okay, but that's it, so the process is over?
Yeah, I mean, they said that's what they're doing, and, so.
Right.
It's what it.
I guess what I'm asking is there any effort, is there value in them coming back again, or the considerations are?
Well, if you let it finish for a second, we can better explain where we sit with this right now. And the applicants have already installed huge outdoor planters taking over the sidewalk, which I'll show you some pictures in a minute. There's space for outdoor tables. They've installed outdoor speakers on the exterior facade and what looks to be heavy gauge wiring. It's often associated with outdoor heaters. I don't know if that's the case or if it's for a sign of some sort.
But they told you there's no outdoor service?
Correct.
Exactly. But they are going to be entitled to elder service because of the dining program, or no?
Well, I don't know, they told us that they weren't gonna do it. In fact, they made some pretty significant representations to that effect that they wouldn't be seeking it in the future. There are a number of open questions. Who are the principals that eventually applied? We don't know. We just got the materials this morning, so I haven't had a chance to really look through that. It's unclear whether they're applying under 64 or 64A, which is a restaurant, or a tavern. There's significant concerns regarding the lack of the principal's experience with the late night aspect of the operation.
Okay.
And they had stated that they would be operating during the 500-foot hearing. Just quickly, it looked like they said that there would be no operable doors or windows, which is not the case. That they wouldn't be using outdoor areas, which doesn't seem to be the case. That they were not aware of the prior license stipulations and method of operation, despite all those materials being shared with them at that time by the residents. And the experience that's outlined in the 500-foot hearing report is for a restaurant that operates from 5 to 11 p.m. In a hotel lobby. On top of that, the security plan is simply words on paper. It's not actionable at all for a 4 a.m. club. If you look at the submission, the 500-foot hearing, there are no signs now that asking patrons to be quiet on the outside, even though they've had a soft opening already. As far as the traffic impacts, they're saying that the majority of patrons are going to be walking, and that's not consistent with any of the other businesses in our area operating later at night. I wish that more people would take the subway, but they don't after 10. That's an unfortunate reality. This is right at an intersection where there's quite a few residential tenants in the area. The noise plan isn't consistent with the 4 a.m. club with patron dancing, DJs, and live music. The 30-day notice, from what I saw that was submitted to the authority, indicates a bar tavern located only on the lower level. I would submit that that notice has faults and is not correct. We actually received a different notice that was amended after the fact. So the notice that's in your materials isn't even correct. That wasn't the correct notice that was sent to the board. And also the MOU that was signed before CB2's meeting has a lot of problems, and you can see from the letters that were submitted in the last week that a whole number, or a few of the significant signers actually sent letters in opposition to the application. So those are the main issues I can.
Can you? We got a letter of protest from Mr. Andrews, who says that the applicants refuse to accept stipulations that have been in place for over a decade.
Yes.
Can you tell me what those stipulations?
Sure. The stipulations that were in place there were the premises was operated as a club called Mr. Black. It was shut down by the NYPD. I believe that the authority canceled their license, or they walked away from it. After that, it was vacant for a little bit. It took some time to regain some trust. A woman named Leslie Simpson-Ziff came in and opened a corner shop. That location worked really extensively to rebuild the trust, and had a lounge in the basement, restaurant upstairs, and made the whole operation really work. The next operator, who had extensive nightlife experience, took that over with the same existing stipulations, and the premises also worked going forward from there. And I think that we outlined some of the stipulations at the end of our resolution, but some of the key factors are there was no DJs, no live music. There's one DBA from the last operator. A few other things. The closing hours were at 2 a.m. That there's no outdoor areas, and the food was available throughout both floors. The kitchen remained open on the upper floor to service the lower levels. So these were some of the things that go to the characteristics of the difference between a tavern and a restaurant, and that's really the concerns here. And if you want to explore that further, I certainly can. The applicants may want to speak to some of that, and just so you can see some of the. If I can approach you guys, and these are just. This is what exists now. This is some of the exterior speakers that have been installed. This is where that speaker is here.
Why are there so many planters on the street?
And
There's a lot of plants.
Yeah, and you can see that their setup is with
it
dinner.
covering something?
This is what's behind it. I mean, it's a space. There is an example. This is just from Yelp with some tables that are set up outside there. And these, just to give you an example, these are sort of the previous condition of the open sidewalk. And you know, these pictures were just taken randomly in the morning right now, but there's often quite a bit of foot traffic on this corner. And so I think some of the submissions from the residents are very not happy at all with this intrusion on the sidewalk with all the planters. So those are the outstanding issues. And I think that for us, you know, and for many of the local residents, I live a block and a half away from here as well. One of the issues was the speakers outside.
Yeah.
And you know,
this particular photo that I'm showing you here, there's curbs.
Yes, this is
the curbs
Broadway.
on this side for people to
This
walk
is Broadway, yeah, and that's.
And then this would be what, for tables, would you imagine?
Here's the.
Oh, okay, that's a
outside
better,
side,
I get it, yeah, no,
outside
I get it, I
inside.
get it. Okay, so there is pedestrian space for the pedestrians to walk.
That's correct. I mean, but this is also Broadway, and this is also the representations that they made to us as part of the application. And I think that this is where the confusion arises. And I think that you guys know, I certainly know from doing this a long time, when you have these issues in the beginning, it's of significant concern. And I go back to Chair Fan, what you were raising, you know, is there an opportunity for more conversation? You know, people are always welcome to return to us to discuss this, but I will say in applicant's position, they're set up and ready to open. Because of the authority's delay, they haven't had their chance to be here in front of you either. You know, you guys have been ready to go since July, August. So we're really at an impasse here, you know, with that side of this as well. And that's a problem. But I have heard from quite a few of the local residents that there have concerns with this. So
Yeah, there were a number of residents that wrote there's also a memo of understanding with over 100 signatures and 40 letters of support.
that organization is defunct. The founder of that, Zella Jones, passed away. You also have letters from the signers on that in opposition to this. So
maybe we should hear from
Thank you. So this application was presented to various block associations and to community board, and exactly the way it was filed with the authority. This is being operated as one premises. There's an upstairs and a downstairs. I know that NoHo, various stakeholders, is defunct now, but the fact is that they were in huge support of this application. And what this really came down to was a matter of Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, of the difference of closing from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. on the weekends.
Okay.
There were extensive conversations where they have amended their proposed hours of operation, where they were significantly reduced, which is why we're closing majority of the place at midnight, three days out of the week, and staying open 1 day out of the week until 2 o'clock in the morning, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday until 4 o'clock in the morning. This is one establishment that's going to be operated under as a DBA of Guest New York. They've also had the menu that was presented. This was always presented with a limited food menu that's never been changed. The standardized notice that was sent to the community board, even if it was amended, they were sent to it, and that's exactly what was filed with the authority as well. As far as any of these other letters that I'm now hearing about that are in opposition that were in support of it, I've never received them. And I didn't send a request to board info for any information that they had. They sent me some stuff. I never received any of those letters.
Ma'am, would you put your name on the record, please?
To those letters, because we obviously proven that we have communication disclosure issue on our end. So do you want?
If I could, please, yeah.
Paula? Do you want to wait, or you wanted to review it now? 'Cause
No, if I could review it now, that'd be great. I mean, this application has been pending for quite some time. and they are, ready to open and operate. They do want to be, a welcome addition to the neighborhood. It's been an empty storefront for quite some time.
Okay. All right, so why don't we provide her with all the protest letters? Do you have the protest letters?
I don't.
You don't
do
have
not
a copy of
printed
it, so
out.
we will,
And just before you adjourn and share this, you can see these are the 2 30-day notices, and the descriptions are entirely different license classes. And that's an important characteristic when people are applying for a license, and it's right on the questionnaire. And you can see the submissions.
And it is, and if you want to go back even a step further, the reason that those questionnaires were created so that it will be consistent throughout all the community boards, so that there wasn't different forms used for different questionnaires. The questionnaire that I submitted to you was in fact the right questionnaire submitted to the authority. There is no discrepancy.
And although the type of establishment in paragraph 13, one says restaurant cafe, the other one says bar tavern. In paragraph 14, the method of operation is identical. They both say live music, they both say jazz singer, they both say patron dancing, they both say security personnel.
You're correct, but under section 64 and 64A, the main difference of a restaurant is it has a full kitchen under the supervision of a chef that's operated and
which they
meals are
have a
regularly
full kitchen.
available.
They have a full kitchen. What the difference?
Why do you need all these planters?
This is purely aesthetic. This is one of the.
Yeah, but this is a public street.
Yeah, and I spoke in depth with the DOT, and they said as long as you fit under the 8-foot rule, there's over 10 feet there. We're happy to reduce them.
The DOT doesn't enforce state law,
No.
so asking DOT doesn't have to help.
This is why we wanted to comply with how much foot traffic is allowed there. So it's purely aesthetic. It can easily be.
No, you're blocking up municipality space to put tables there. That's not purely aesthetic.
The tables were for aesthetic. I mean, when we.
The tables are not for aesthetic. The tables were service, sir.
I was.
The point here is that you have to be transparent. You haven't gotten a license yet. And the community is saying that they don't trust you. That's a problem, because you have investors that don't live in state. They rely on the operators who are physically here. And that's you. So you've got to manage the relationship with the community somehow.
Absolutely, and I have been talking with them, and you know how I am on everything. They are gonna remove a lot of those planters. So it'll be more.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that I don't know if I can trust you, because you've also told them a bunch of things that you weren't gonna do, and now they're outdoor speakers. There are, they don't want a club scene on this corner. They don't want a basement club.
No, it is not.
Which is,
It is absolutely not.
I mean, I see your decoration, I see the atelier, I see the goal to brand this into sort of a late night, good, high-end drinking establishment, which I can support.
Correct.
So we are gonna remove a lot of those planters.
We will never apply, if I may, we will never apply for street seating ever, as we said we wouldn't, and we never want to.
Okay.
Sir, you want to say something?
Yeah, if I may say that I'm synonymous with high-end establishments and have a track record of working with Michelin star restaurants and opening up 14 venues.
Yeah, what's your name?
John is my name.
John O'Connor.
Correct.
And you are?
Jim George, man.
Okay, all right.
Because the 50H hearing, the administrative law judge found that there was a lack of experience.
A lack of experience, well, I wouldn't say that now. I've worked with Andre Balaz Properties, who is at the standard hotels, and that is a degree of hospitality that is very, very high-end. So perhaps misinformed, but I have a very, between Le Cruvin, a Chapter 1 restaurant, another restaurant also in Ireland, which is called Chapter 1, also Michelin star, and Andre Balaz Properties as well, which is located at Sunset Beach, Shelter Island.
So he has extensive experience, and I submitted that together with his personal questionnaire to the authority.
Yeah, that's what the ALJ said.
I don't know if the ALJ is not looking at that personal questionnaire, because that's not a question that comes up. But I submitted all the other supporting documentation together with writers, of experience and all that, but I don't know if the administrative law judge is looking at that.
Just sounds to me like the there's a, really should be a meeting of the minds here, a strong possibility if you guys can come to.
Well, the meeting, and I'm
Go
gonna
ahead, go ahead.
full transparency, what it really comes down to is the difference of the Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays that we could have agreed upon closing at 2:00 in the morning as opposed to closing at 4:00 in the morning. That's what, because they've agreed to all the other stipulations with the garbage removal, with the security guards, background entertainment level only. They've installed sufficient soundproofing, menu, they've met with the block associations, we've given out their personal phone numbers so they can get in touch with anyone.
And the other days you wanna close at what time?
The other days for upstairs, it would be midnight, downstairs 2:00 on Wednesdays, and then Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays 4.
I don't understand why you're having downstairs later hours. Because it's like, it's just designed differently?
It's just the way the building is. So you come into the restaurant cafe portion, right?
Yeah.
And then there's two staircases that you can also go downstairs.
And the downstairs is kind of like a speakeasy, like it, what
Not a
was? is it like a
speakeasy,
cocktail?
it's
It's a
set
cocktail
up, it's set up.
now.
right
Is that where the
downstairs,
performances would occur?
yes.
Going
Yes,
for very high-end
so it would be
experience.
downstairs,
And there are residents in your building?
yes.
Correct, but there's no
We're all in support.
motors, nothing
And
like
there's a
that.
lot, I wouldn't say all, there's a lot of people who are in support of this application who live directly in the building. And those petitions have been signed and submitted to you already.
And we commented on those. Right. In the resolution at the time, in the moment that there were faults with them, and that was raised at our meetings and was
Yeah,
addressed.
I understand, so this is
These-
an hours issue, okay.
Just were the previous stipulations. I think that this is where these are slightly modified than what was produced in our resolution, but these are the proposed stipulations that is,
That they
even
did
though
modify
we're not in favor of the approval of the application as Chair Fan, and this happened before your tenure as chair, but clearly this is the direction that you preferred to go in. Most of these were in our voted on resolution by our board with some slight amendments to include some other things that were represented that we would be okay with, but sorry.
Can you guys see if you can just agree to that? You could get your license if you agree to that in the entirety, okay?
And our issue is that
And again, it's the difference of those 2 hours and evenings.
And you can start with something, I know you're ready to go, so start with something. I would advise you to start with something and then you can apply, and if there is no problem, you will get the 4 AM.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so can I get a minute so I can
Yes.
see those letters, please?
yes,
And can we come
why
back
don't we
in?
call back, why don't we have her get all the letters? And we're gonna call this in 1 hour, 1:15. All right, thank you.
And these are the protests.
Yes, and you guys can stay there, because I think, are you guys ready?
Oh, you got
Towards
the
the
other
other
one?
one?
No, we're not quite.
You're not quite ready, okay, so,
Steve,
tell Mr. Bernstein you're not quite ready.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll call the next item, and then you guys
And
come
even
back
if you
in 1
wanna
hour.
call it sooner than an hour, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine,
too.
yep,
Thank you.
yep, yep, just let me know when you're ready.
No problem.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and Chair,
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're still holding off on
Yes, we're still
operator, correct?
On the private club item, just wait, they're not quite ready yet.
We had the
Okay.
interpreters, and she could only
Okay,
stay
great.
till 12.
Oh, yeah,
12:15.
yeah, we need to call the interpreter items first.
We
Donald,
actually have contacted the representative that requested the interpreter. She also then requested an adjournment for her item, but she has not shown up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Susie, I'm sorry we have wasted your time today. But,
That's quite all right. My pleasure to serve.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you
Have a
next
good-
time.
So
Happy
then I'm
holidays.
released? Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hey, Paul, I just need a minute to get the letters printed out.
Okay.
So yeah, just give me a minute. Thank you.
You want me to bring those out to you?
Can you please?
Oh, that'd be great.
The,
The letters?
oh, yes.
Who requested?
Hey, Paula.
Okay. Our next item is number 47, Truth Restaurant and Lounge Incorporated.
I'll be right back with you.
Okay, 47. 47.
How you doing?
Hold on a second.
Please.
Sorry, sir. What number are we at?
We're at 47, Truth Restaurant.
All right. The security guard still there or not there anymore?
He's still there.
The security guard still there?
Yes.
Why?
He works for the security firm, and he's there. He's not there every day, but he still works there.
You are the licensee?
Yes, I'm the owner.
I'm sorry, what is your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Roderick Barrett. I'm the owner of Truth Restaurant and Lounge.
Thank you.
You're retired.
A retired police officer for 20 years and an avid member of community service through my Masonic organizations.
I'm concerned that, this security guard, is assaulting your patrons. That's the incident that happened here.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there at the time when
Yeah.
it happened, but the customer that was there, or the patron that was there, I spoke to several times prior, at least 4 months the last time I spoke to him. He had a habit of basically pushing themselves on females.
Oh.
And I spoke to him about it. I said, you better get a harassment report for one of these females, so you need to cut it out. So that was about 4 months ago since the last time we saw him. Unfortunately, possibly this security guard didn't recognize him when he walked in. That night, there was about 4 people there. 2 of the people were females sitting at the bar. And from my understanding, he sat a seat away, reached over, touched the female several times, trying to get her attention. The female then informed the bartender. The bartender signaled the security guard. Security guard went over to him and said, what's the problem? And the bartender stated this was going on. He approached the other 2 female customers and said, hey, do you know this guy? I said, no, but he keeps touching me. I don't want to talk to him. And then they had words.
Okay.
The customer stood up, and that's when the security guard said, listen, you gotta go. And he raised his hand, and it got out a little bit out of control. And he was exploded out.
I'm gonna go to letter of warning if you're okay.
Okay, I'll accept the letter of warning.
Okay. I'm sorry, letter of warning for both,
That there is
for
no
both of you?
actual penalty,
I greatly
and
appreciate
that
it.
you're gonna get a letter
Okay,
about the incident and try to avoid it.
I will.
I trust you because you're keeping this guy.
Yes, yes.
Alright,
He's never had any altercation before.
alright, thank you.
Licensed.
Yes.
Yes.
License.
They with the firm.
I see.
Is he retired, member of the service also?
No, he's not.
No. Alright, thank you, sir. Thanks for
you.
coming in.
Okay, members, next item is 49, International Drink Group Incorporated.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, sir.
The license was surrendered.
Yes.
Could you state your name, sir?
James Lee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Landlord took over the space
Yes.
and you did not receive mail?
Yes.
So, let's
was mailed to the restaurant, it was mailed to my house, that's the real problem.
Right. So what do you want us to do? I mean, do you want us to just cancel it?
Yeah, I mean, I got a $1,000 fine, I just want that nullified, and I mailed in my liquor license, and there's a couple months left on that, and that's it, I mean, I'm not trying to.
He surrendered it.
Yeah.
So do you plan to apply again for a different liquor license?
No.
Never? Or, because
Well-
if I cancel something, it's on your record, it's on your personal record, and that may reflect badly upon you in the future. And so, to the extent that you're surrendered, there's $1,000 penalty. I don't see $1,000 penalty.
That's probably the bond.
Oh, the bond. I see.
I have another place right now, I have another restaurant, I've had that for 15 years.
Well, that's why I don't want to cancel you.
So how does that work? I don't know the terms.
So why don't you've already surrendered the license.
Yeah, I mailed it in.
Why don't I give you a $500 fine? You pay the $500 and then you take your bond. Okay, then you don't have a cancellation on your record. I'm trying to help you.
Oh, cancellations are bad on the record?
Yeah, really bad.
Yes, and especially if the bond is not paid, then you could, since it's surrendered, the alternate penalty would be, I believe, revocation. But I'd have to double check that.
And especially if you have another restaurant, you don't want a cancellation. For
Okay,
real.
but if they get the fine like $100, I mean, I did nothing wrong, it's just the landlord took over, the liquor license got lost, and I mean, and then as soon as I found the letters and stuff, I got my mail, I, did what I had to do, and, and then James Wanderstock is my lawyer, but he's retired now, he stays up north now, and I just had to kind of scramble it.
Sir, I'm just gonna give give you a letter of warning.
Okay.
You did well, you should be an attorney.
GPA was not that good.
Thank you.
So-
I know
Commissioner,
that
letter
there's
of
a
warning as
communication
well?
issue on this end here, so.
Yeah, yes, Paula, I also will go with letter of warning.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
So what do I do now?
Nothing.
Okay, we can move on law school.
Run your other business.
Yeah.
Okay, next item is number 10, Fat Social Club LLC.
Thanks, guys.
Can you put your names on the record?
Arthur Goldstein, attorney for Fat Social.
Okay.
Clifford Cho.
Mm-hmm.
Dale Goodson, but I'm testimony against.
Right, you're protesting? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Why don't you guys let him go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm here today because over the years, Fat Buddha, the previous endeavor of the applicants, was a huge problem for the neighborhood.
I understand.
I live just a block away, and there was always noise issues and problems.
A block away to the extent where you can hear it in your
Oh, yeah.
apartment?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay.
With windows closed, there were days when crowds outside were just crazy. And just a little over a year ago, Community Board 3 made an outright denial of their request for renewal and cited their extensive history of poor management and noise and problems. And even though that now they've been operating for a bit as Cafe Joa, whatever, however you pronounce it, we appreciate that fact, but it doesn't mitigate their long history when they've had a license.
Have you had any problems with Cafe Joa?
No, because they have no crowds, there's not people outside, or, it's
All
just.
right, well, thank you for coming in. All right, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so how long have you been operating with a temp?
I've not been operating with a temporary.
So you don't have a temp, but you have been serving food?
Yes.
Yes.
You've been open?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Struggling, but hoping.
And is there any relationship at all with the previous licensee?
No, he is the previous licensee.
You are the previous licensee.
Yeah.
There were two principals.
Yeah.
He's one of them. He's the only principal
Now,
in this new type of model.
right? So the bad guy left, right?
Well, he was still there, so he's gonna, when we get to that, you'll hear from him about
So-
any issues there.
What's the situation? Why, you're serving food now? What are your hours? What's the intention?
The cafe is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we were operating a mocktail bar in the back, Friday and Saturday till midnight.
And he intends, because I think that's where you were going, on the weekends till 4 a.m., during the weekends only till
2 a.m.
And he has, in the past, and hopes to continue, having the reason he would like, if this board would allow, the hours till 4 a.m. is because he gets once in a while entertainment clients who like to come in later than other patrons and wants to be able to service them.
What do you mean, celebrities?
Yes.
The 500-foot hearing.
How long? Sorry. How long have you been operating as a Cafe Joe?
As Cafe Joe, a little over a year.
A little over a year.
Yes.
And in that time, there haven't been any problems?
No, it's been a whole completely different business.
That's good to hear.
That's good.
It's a
I
different
feel like
model.
that's the intention, right?
Right,
That
correct.
he's changing it into
We've
something
had some
else.
larger events, but it was always contained in the back, and we have a tremendous amount of soundproofing, so none of the neighbors directly above or adjacent can hear it, especially from outside.
And he has the support of the neighbor directly above, as well as others above that, but Evan came to the community board meeting. The woman adjacent,
Correct.
when he first met Evan, back in late 2010, there were complaints. He changed his windows, he did soundproofing. Sometime afterwards, the adjacent neighbor heard noise in the back. He soundproofed there as well. He's tried to respond when there are issues. There's over, I think, 500 signatures in support. I believe that 500 came in after the hearing process, the 500-foot hearing process, so I don't know that the AOJ took that into consideration. And then there were a couple of letters in support, one of which I could appreciate because I only do some liquor work. I spend my time at City Hall. And there was a letter from someone who lives a block away, who happens to be City Councilman Keith Powers. And I've seen letters of support from elected officials through the years. This was not a paragraph or two. You have it in your file. It went well into the second page. And he lives a block away. So from your reaction, it sounds like you've seen some letters that you could say, all right, they did a one-off. This was a well thought out letter from someone who lives a block away, who, by the way, happens to represent some 250,000 people, using his station in support of a small business. He's been struggling. He has 8 employees and needs support.
Can I mention something else?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, another issue for us in the neighborhood, on top of this, is the fact that there's 7 full licenses already on this block. It's oversaturated, the crowds and noise are constant, especially late nights and on the weekends. And we just feel that adding an 8th license, there's no public benefit to an 8th license on this block. It's oversaturated, it's out of control.
I know, I understand.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is, besides all the soundproofing he's done, it's zoned to possibly be a space. And the fact is, without a license at this point, after struggling since COVID, he's gonna have to close. He just can't make it as a cafe. And just so, I'm sure you've seen the plan, but if you bear with me for 60 seconds, you walk in and there's a coffee shop, and then you go past the door, and then there's 30 seats, 15 tables, 30 seats, and 12 seats at the bar. It's smaller than the previous space, and it's called the Speakeasy. It's meant to be a different model to, if you will, balance out the neighborhood. I don't know that there's any other speakeasy.
It's supposed to be very quiet.
Well, it has a tremendous amount of soundproofing. And the neighbors, the immediate neighbors have been supportive.
You spent a lot to renovate this space.
Correct. We had a flood in 2019, tried to reopen before the end of the year, and then we were fully open about 10 days before, just in time for the pandemic. I also had to close a high-end sushi restaurant on 36, which I opened up the same time and had to close. And without payroll, we had no relief. And I'd just like to, address that once I moved in, contacted the neighbor upstairs, Evan Chang, and said, hey, I'm the new owner, operator, is there anything you'd like for me to do? And he's like, I can't believe you're even just calling me. The other guys just flat out ignored me. So discussed some of the concerns. He said he could hear the door slam. I said, no problem. I changed his windows to soundproof windows. I worked with him, and it was very gracious in working with me as well. Putting in compressor
Well, whoever they are, they're not here right now.
Well, they did submit letters of support, and I didn't want to ask them to.
Okay. No, I'm just saying.
I understand.
Yeah, it's an 18-unit building, and correct me if I'm wrong, no one testified in opposition. 18-unit building. And the one right on top of it did testify.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve.
And Commissioner?
I'm also gonna vote to approve.
All right. Thank you. Hopefully he's trying something different.
I know, it's at our risk, though, that
I
these
get
bad
it.
operators are given a chance to prove
He's
themselves.
lost his shirt. He's paid a lot of money in fines. I don't think he's gonna mess with this. I mean,
Well, we hope so.
and we all hope we can.
Their
only
history
hope.
has been the opposite, that's all I
We
can
will
say.
give him.
I'll give you my number.
There's some
No,
number.
if anybody contacts me, I address it right
Okay,
away.
terrific.
All the time.
And,
I mean, I
and
see
you
it.
could email me or call me as well.
Okay.
Fair enough?
That's fair enough.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Hi, members. I've been informed that item 23 and 24, Two Smoking Barrels LLC, are ready to be called.
Okay. What about the other item, Paula? Is that
I
ready?
have not heard word on that one
Okay.
yet.
All right, so let's go to 23, but wait, but I think that Carter and Donna has to continue to work through the other item, so let's just wait a little bit. Let's just go to the next one, Paula, and we'll come back, because
Then the next one too,
they're the next one too, that's it?
27.
We're done?
No,
Oh,
we're not
they're
done. We're not
they're at the
done.
27.
I'm saying they also.
Okay, so then skip over that one.
Okay, so you wanna skip over,
Skip over everything that requires CV2, give them the time to do the work,
okay,
and then we'll come back to those three in a row.
alright.
So I'm sorry, Chair, we're not doing Two Smoking Barrels right now?
No, let's not do that because CP2 needs to finish their work for the other item, the private club item.
Okay. So we're
So
gonna go
let's
ahead and proceed. I'm sorry, Chair,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, skip 16, 17, skip 27, and the 2 barrel, and 23, 24.
Okay, well, the next item that is signed in is 27, Carmine Street Beers Incorporated.
27?
Yes, since we're holding those other
No,
items.
27 we're holding.
27 is.
Yeah, 27 we're holding.
And how about 26?
26 is good, let's go to 26.
Okay, let's roll with 26, TVC 15 LLC.
I'm gonna complain in here. Good afternoon.
Well,
I guess, my name is Frank Palillo. With me is
Rafael, yeah.
Hi.
in the interest of not wasting time. I
Mm-hmm.
presume you saw my submission.
Yes.
It's just unfortunate that we couldn't reach agreement with the community board at the time of the public interest, the 500-foot hearing. We did reach agreement with the community board and submitted with the, my submission. Have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
The temporary permit was denied here?
Because the 500-foot hearing was negative.
Okay.
They didn't want to, they wouldn't have taken the, we didn't apply for a tap actually. Actually, we did, but they didn't want it.
Okay.
Critical to this business is the later hours, so
That's
12 o'clock closing wouldn't work.
And it's a commercial area, right?
Very.
So now you agree to 3 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and 12 midnight Sunday to Wednesday.
Correct.
Alright, you okay with?
Yeah.
Because they have the SIPs now.
Right, no outdoor seating, right? No-
Wait, I'm sorry, what else did you say?
I said 3 a.m. Thursday to Saturday.
Right.
And 12 midnight on Sunday to Wednesday inside.
Monday, Wednesday's 2 a.m. Yes, that's what the stipulation says.
Two a.m.
Let's see. I see, okay. So Sunday midnight, Monday to Wednesday, 2 a.m., Thursday to Saturday, 3 a.m.
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay. I'm okay with it, are you okay with it?
I am.
Yep, and the outdoors is what?
There is no outdoor space. No. There's no outdoor space.
Great.
Commercial.
No outdoor.
Commercial area wouldn't be very,
Alright. And then there's Sunday is midnight.
with Sunday midnight.
Sunday is midnight. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is 2 a.m.
Thursday, Saturday, 3.
Yeah, Thursdays, Friday, Saturday is 3 a.m. Tuesday, Wednesday is 2 a.m. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 a.m.
It's actually, you guys go ahead and step this up.
No, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 a.m.
Monday,
Yeah,
Tuesday,
and then
Wednesday,
Sunday midnight.
And then Sunday on its own.
That's
is 12. Gotcha.
Alright.
Okay, there we go.
Alright, we got it. Alright, thank you for all the petition you put together. I know it's a lot of work.
Thank you for seeing us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Happy holiday.
Did we vote?
No.
Yeah.
Not yet.
It seemed good though, it seemed like it was going well.
Yeah.
Get out before you do it.
If I change my mind, I'm gonna vote to approve.
I also vote to approve.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks for waiting.
there we go, for the record. Okay, next item is number 46, Margarita Island Incorporated.
We're all outside. Fifth failure.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm Lisa Morocco, owner of Margarita Island. It's my husband Carlo.
Okay, what happened?
So we're pretty much just hoping to get the penalty as low as you guys can give it to us. We are seasonal business, we're not open, and that's pretty much it.
Super struggling ever since COVID. We've been having a lot of issues, and obviously business is hurting awfully bad. But I know this is not a trial. We were told by our lawyer that a trial would be expensive and that the outcome might not go so well for us. because we have the tables and chairs that we had outside due to COVID, we put them out there and they've been out there ever since. We never had any issues with them. But this violation was completely, we had nothing to do with this violation. We had a patron that came back to our place when we were closed at 12 o'clock looking for a phone. He didn't have the phone, we let him out. Across the street on the corner, there was, at this point, he had one of our employees' phones and he rang it inside and the people told him they weren't gonna give him back his phone. So he got completely crazy upset, obviously, and he took one of the employees' phones and walked up and down the barrier. This is in Coney Island. And he heard the phone ringing. It was on the corner. And it was Dino's security guards, which Dino's is a big park. There's two parks there, Luna Park and Dino's. Dino's security guards had his phone, and he asked for the phone back. They wouldn't give him the phone, and that's where a fight started. But we were closed after 20 after 12. So, I mean, I don't know how Dino's security guards beats up, and I wouldn't even say a patron of Margarita Island, but someone who came back looking for his phone, and how they decided to make this Margarita Island's fault.
You have customer monitoring now, limits on occupancy and revised closing hours. What are the revised closing hours?
Well, right now, we're closing at 12 o'clock.
Okay. And what's the limit on occupancy?
74. But we had a huge outdoor space that we operated for 10 years without any problems. And after an incident, they made us close that down. It was under 199 people, so we didn't need an assembly
All
permit.
right, let me, can I talk to council for one moment? You guys just wait.
Paula, we're stepping out.
And we're going to take a brief recess. For those of you who have just joined us, we are on a brief recess.
Hey, Paula, we're back.
Yeah.
Okay, back after brief recess. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify one thing. We were told not to use the the backyard, which we never have. So there's a little confusion, like we didn't listen to the liquor authority. And we never used the backyard, but we had those tables and chairs out there for the last 4 years, and no one never said anything about those tables and chairs. So we thought we were okay with the tables and chairs, so.
Okay, so you keep getting charged for failure to conform. So there is an issue there, so you need to figure out what that is, and.
So, if I don't mind me intervening, we tried in November of 2021 to ask the community board for a change of operations.
Right.
But they turned around and said they will not approve our license to you guys unless we withdraw our change of, our change of operations.
Right.
So we were asking for our tables and chairs. We asked for security at that time. They denied us, the community board. I don't want to go into
Yeah,
the whole
so
thing.
security guard actually doesn't matter now. Yeah, now you're
Now I
good.
know. But I'm saying there is definitely some kind of bias that I really don't know. I think Luna Park wants to take the property and put us out of business, but the bottom line is, they denied us changing our operation of motives. So that made us feel like, they're totally against us.
Right.
And you see, we got, a violation in New Year's Eve, which I understand we were doing things wrong, but come after us at New Year's Eve, we only were a seasonal business. We opened up in January for a New Year's Eve party, and they gave us violations, which is kind of, hard to fathom for me, but it is what it is.
I know. Look, I would take your fine down, because I think that in this incident, it's not, of course,
Yes,
we don't want violence, we don't want any of that, but I'm more concerned about your failure to conform and that you back here for the 5th time for the same thing. And you need to I know, but there's been 5 charges. You need to figure out how to cure that with them. And
Well, part of the problem was because with the Zoom, we couldn't go down and sit down and like a Harry hearing and shake hands and try and find out what the problems were. But now it's opened up again. And we're
Alright, so I'm gonna set the fine at 7,500, and you're gonna promise that you're gonna try to go back to the community board and try to figure this out.
We're in the community board, but
Just try.
we're working real hard to make things right. I don't know if you guys have been there, but it's a beautiful place. Unfortunately,
I have
not as good.
actually.
We had a really nice business, but they've scaled us down.
I know.
We're hurting.
I
super
know, I
hurting.
don't want you to
I
disappear.
appreciate that, and I hope you liked the place when you did go there.
I do.
Okay, good,
I do.
very good.
So.
I appreciate it, happy
But
holidays.
that's not why you're getting anything.
No, of course not. I was gonna wish you happy holidays first, in case we had bad news. I wouldn't feel so happy about it, but now I can say happy holidays and really feel happy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Happy
Thank you.
Get the agreement before you start.
Commissioner, would you like to?
We're closed, we're closed.
Yeah,
right
closed.
now.
There's
Alright, very good.
Okay.
Keep trying.
So, what did you mean by that?
You're failing to conform is just doing it when you don't have the agreement in place and you're not authorized to do it, so. in other
Just don't
words,
do it
Don't
again.
just keep doing it.
No,
You
I
have to actually
understand.
go to the community board and get the.
Yeah, we're hoping, also what we did was we spent a lot of money for architectural drawings and this and that, but for some reason, it's just taking forever. It's 2 years now in the pipeline, and I don't know if you deal with architects, but they ain't a lot of fun either.
Paula, I will also go with 7,500.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm
Thanks for
sorry.
coming in.
I
No,
didn't
don't be
realize
sorry.
it was-
Yeah, she was waiting for me to vote.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Thanks for giving us a shot.
Okay.
Okay, members, the next item is 2-003. It's a declaratory ruling, request for 825 3rd Avenue, New York, New York.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Good. Good afternoon, members. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman PC for the petitioner in this declaratory ruling request. To my right is Carlos Suarez. He is the owner and founder of Rosemary's Restaurants. He's opened several of them. This will be his 3rd one. The building where the restaurant will be located is 3rd Avenue and East 50th Street in Midtown Manhattan. It's a 40-story office tower. His restaurant will be the ground floor anchor tenant. The owner of the building is Durst. Before the members is a petition for a declaratory ruling. We are asking the members to issue a ruling that the subject premises is grandfathered under the 500-foot law.
What are you trying to achieve with that? What hours did they have before?
What we want is a temp. That's the only reason why we are submitting this ruling request. There's no community board opposition at all. The community board has waived comment. We've spoken with them several times. There's no community opposition, so that, as chair, you of course alluded to, that is sometimes the reason why, Commissioner, we seek a declaratory ruling request, is we don't want it to be subject to the 500-foot law because of certain community issues. That's not the issue here. The only reason why we want this request to be approved is so that we can be eligible for a temp.
And you're ready to go right now?
They'll be ready in January.
Okay.
Premises under construction, nearly done. We're ready to plan opening in January.
Was there anything from the community board in your submission?
No, I made a representation to you that the community board had.
And you have a pending application, you're in queue.
We submitted the application in October. You haven't given it a filing receipt yet.
In October of 2023?
This year, we submitted the application in October.
When did you start looking at the space? Like, when did you start deciding, when did you sign your lease?
June, I think you said, right?
Yeah.
June of 23?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had some internal debate as to whether we just do this as a beer and wine application and thus be eligible for a temp, and then later, do a class change, but their business model just doesn't work with beer and wine, and so it needs to be full liquor. And just to round out the point, what I was saying is, the way the law is written, we can't get a temp at this premises if the premises is subject to the 500-foot law.
Right.
So that's why we're focusing on the 500-foot law, but really our ultimate goal is the temp. And it's not really just for Rosemary's, it's for the entire building. What I mean by that is that this building is right now, all 40 stories is completely vacant. It was built in 1965. It had a full-service restaurant anchor tenant since it was built in 1965. It was a place called La Maganette from 1965 to 2006.
Very popular salsa club. I danced there many.
Lots of people know that. There was I was never there, but I did in doing the research for this. There was endless New York Times articles and things about it, well known. That was replaced by Dos Caminos in 2006, and Dos Caminos operated there from 06 to 19. In 2019, Dos Caminos surrendered their license, and I was made aware earlier today that the surrender date is that we saw on LAMP is actually different than what, in fact, the surrender date is. But what we had printed out from LAMP said December of 19. I was told today that it was actually June of 19, so 6 months earlier than what we had said to you in our papers based on what we saw on LAMP. But in any event, the reason Dos Caminos surrendered their license is Durst, the owner of the building, retook possession of the entire building. For years and decades prior, the building was under a net lease to a different building owner, essentially. And Durst retook possession of the entire building in 2019. The building needed some love. It had been around since 1965, and it needed to be repositioned and redeveloped, improved, so that it could be better marketed to office tenants. And so the building was cleared of all its tenants, including Dos Caminos, and they undertook a $150 million renovation of the entire building. The restaurant space was part of it, but also the rest of the building. The goal was to have the work completed by mid-2020. That was the goal in 2019 when they started. Obviously, that did not happen primarily because of COVID. When COVID happened in 2020, the combination, we all know the story, state-mandated shutdowns, material and worker shortages, et cetera, created significant delays on the construction. The construction was not complete, as we have in the affidavit from the building owner, until 2023. As soon as the construction was complete, they were ready to market the ground floor commercial space to potential tenants, and they had a lease signed with my client by June of 23. So that's the history. Here's the law. We're talking about in Section 64.
You don't work for Durst, right?
No.
So you're independent, and why would you open a restaurant in a completely empty office building?
We have confidence that they're gonna lease out, the 40 stories above us, based on their track record of, doing just that. we see, Midtown East as an underserved neighborhood, and are, optimistic that we can really vitalize the neighborhood in a very positive way, bringing what we do in the village, in Greenwich Village and at Stuytown, to a neighborhood that's, sort of lacking that vitality. So we'd like to be part of kind of, rejuvenating a depressed neighborhood.
Is the building going to be marketed commercially or?
Commercial, yeah.
And you actually do plan to open when the building is still vacant in the middle of winter?
Yes, on January 23rd.
Okay.
And I actually wanted to touch on that. I was going to get to it later, but I'll just say it now since you raised the question, Chair. There are further consequences for the timely opening than just this restaurant. The rest of the building really is not going to be able to acquire office tenants without proof that there is a restaurant that is set to open when they plan to open it. So that's part of the timeline issue as well, is in the current office environment to get people back into the offices. They really need to be able to market the building as a building that has a full-service restaurant downstairs, along with all the other amenities that are upstairs in the building. And so right now, if we're saying we have no idea when the restaurant is going to open, because we have no idea when we're going to get our full liquor license or permanent liquor license, it's really hard to market to office.
So let me ask you, when did you actually file it? October?
We mailed it to you October. Pull up my phone, I can tell you the exact. October 20th, we mailed it to you. Delivered October 22nd. So here's the legal, I gave you the facts, so here's the legal argument. We're talking about section 64 of the APC law, which is what contains the 500-foot law. It contains a grandfathering exception. The 500-foot law does not apply to any premises that was continuously licensed since prior to November 1st, 1993. The law says continuously licensed, but this agency and the full board in recent years has correctly interpreted that language such that it cannot be read literally. In words that you've said in court, you said, lest any gap, no matter how short, would swallow the exemption. So obviously that term continuously licensed needs to have some play in the joints in order to truly effectuate the legislature's purpose. Can't be done literally. And you've articulated further what you mean by in interpreting it beyond just the literal language. What you said and what you've done is, if the premises gap has been for less than a year and there's been no intervening use, then it's presumptively continuously licensed. When there has been a gap of greater than a year and there's been no intervening use, an applicant in a declaratory ruling can nevertheless establish continuous licensing if we can show that there were special circumstances.
So the key here is the time frame of a year?
Yeah, so since if this was less than a year, so Dos Caminos, I'm now told, surrendered in June of 2021. So if we applied before June of 2020, Dos Caminos surrendered in June of 19. So from June of 19 to June of 20, based on your modern interpretation, we basically had that year to file, and if we had, then presumption would be it was continuously licensed. But you've not just closed the door on people at a year, because what you've correctly recognized is that there are some circumstances, special circumstances, where there is a legitimate and valid excuse as to why it has taken more than a year.
And the affidavit that's submitted by the DERS manager going back to April, how does that play into this analysis?
We use the affidavit to establish the special circumstance in this case, and so what I'd like to do, Commissioner.
But in terms of the time frame, we'll get to the special circumstances. But in terms of the time frame, saying that it was, I think he says it was vacant back in April, right?
Yes. So I have the affidavit. What the affidavit is meant to do is to support the factual recitation that I just gave you a few moments ago, which is that. So it's not just me saying it, it's in a sworn affidavit, which is that.
But for the purposes of that year analysis.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. No, so actually for the analysis, it's when the license is surrendered. So this is unlike other sections of the law that require the prior licensee to have been operating. Like in order to get a temp based on a transfer, for example, the prior licensee had to be operating in the last 30 days. Unlike that, in this case, the prior license had to be in effect, as you interpreted it in the last year. So
But they turned it in June of 19.
that's what I'm being told.
So the year ran out in theory in June of 20.
No doubt.
You're saying that there is some kind of tolling incident that happened.
Which I'd like to explain, but yes.
Okay, so but you really only have 3 months, and whatever tolling incident, I think those 3 months have also run out, so, but I'd love to hear what you think the special circumstances are.
Yeah, so thank you for that opportunity. So if I could just set up how you've articulated special circumstances in the past and how that applies here. And you know, you've been to court on this before, and I quote in my ruling request from how you have summarized your view of special circumstances in court. And I'm just quoting here. The 1-year limit can be extended when there are extenuating circumstances such as a fire, natural disaster, or the premises requiring significant renovations that would prevent a new applicant from opening within the 1-year period. So in recent rulings, within the past year, for example, ones that I've advocated for and been a part of, the focus has really been on natural disaster and COVID being a natural disaster. For example, you approved, this board approved a declaratory ruling earlier this year in June, where there had been, in April, where there had been like a 2-year gap, but that whole gap in licensing started during COVID. It was because of COVID. And what you said in that ruling, you haven't written it yet, but what the members accepted was that you know, COVID was basically a natural disaster.
Doesn't the gap here predate COVID?
Yes. So we have 2 aspects of special circumstances. One is COVID, and that basically gets us. That explains why the construction took so long. But that's not our only argument. And what makes this, I think, unique from any of those other cases, it makes it unique from the court case that you lost, is that this initial gap began because of significant renovations. That's a term that you used in court. No judge or court has ever said that that's not a legitimate interpretation. Significant renovations, and there were clearly significant renovations here that were the cause of the gap. And what that comes from, we believe, is a recognition that a building owner ought to be able to renovate their building, including a premises that had previously been grandfathered, and not lose its grandfathering protection if the renovations take a little bit longer. Sometimes happens. So, you know, just to sum it all up then, the fact that in 2019, when the building owner began to undertake this $150 million renovation of the building, you know, they had no reason, you know, they had every right to renovate their building, and they had no reason to expect that the natural disaster of COVID would have come you know, only a few months later and caused major delays of that renovation. So we think that you put those facts together, that is a unique special circumstance, significant renovations plus delay by COVID, that is different than any of the other cases you've had, and really is, you know, would allow this premises and this building to get back online, up and running, being leased out on an otherwise, you know, non-controversial application.
We're agreed that COVID began March of 2020.
Yes.
And the year that you're talking about would have taken it to June of 2020.
That's right.
So how do you, what about since we've been out of COVID, it's been a significant amount of time that has passed as well. You know, it was essentially 2 years between the executive orders and things ending and you actually signing the lease. So I don't see how any grandfathering would really apply to this particular restaurant.
Well, to answer the question, Chair, I mean, I think while we could all agree when COVID began, I don't think there's a clear consensus as to when COVID ended. But what I think really matters for purposes of your analysis of this case is that I don't think there's anyone who can dispute that the construction industry was majorly delayed by the material and labor shortages and the state of New York mandated shutdowns, which had ripple effects sort of long after sort of maybe when others might say COVID was over, which of course is, you know, subject to people's interpretation. So, I mean, just to say that more succinctly, you know, construction has been delayed by COVID for a while, And what we have in the affidavit was that as soon as the construction was complete and the building was ready to be marketed, they went off and they got a tenant right away. So Durst did not, sort of sit on this.
But they started marketing this in October of 19, like this is before COVID, so I don't see how those two arguments work to.
22.
Yeah,
It's October of 22.
when they started marketing the building, that's right.
We agreed that COVID started March of 2020. And I will stipulate that there was an order that pretty much shut everything down in March of 2020. At some point, that order was lifted and construction began again. When did construction begin?
I don't have the date for you as to when construction began because construction returned in phases. So, I mean, there was a date, and I'll stipulate that with you, Commissioner, that, probably sometime in, late 20 or early 21, the site went from being totally dead to workers being able to return. But one of the things that construction industry folks will tell you is that just because, by that point in time, just because you were able to get some workers back, doesn't mean that they had anything to build with, or any material, the concrete was available.
All of LaGuardia was built during the pandemic. There was a lot of construction, a lot of materials that were being supplied. I think that you're stretching the argument. It's a stretch for you to talk about the renovation of the entire 40-floor building and using that as an argument for this one restaurant.
Well, it was all connected. It was
I
one
get
construction
that.
project.
I get that, but
was the state.
you are asking us to do mental gymnastics with the law, and I will tell you that we have lost a court case where it literally said the court finds that the authority action is in controversion of its own policy and does not provide rational basis for excusing 4-year and 5-month gap.
But that was different. I know there's a lot of consternation about that case, and that's fair, but I've read that case many times, and I know the board has as well. The reason the judge ruled against you in that case is because the gap began long before COVID, and there was no good reason in that case as to why the gap began. The landlord in that case sat on the premises for years and then used COVID as an excuse.
We have policies that we try not to violate, as much as we want to do work, to support businesses to open. I think this is a stretch. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to withdraw, but we will, to the extent that you have an application in queue, we're gonna look at that. Because that we just did the committee to address the backlog. If you hit the 90-day mark, then it qualifies for the backlog committee. And we're working on it. So the dates are, you may not be able to open in January, but, it's not gonna be too far off. So what do you wanna do? You want us to vote on it, or you wanna withdraw?
I mean, I see where the vote is going, but I think we've come to a point where, as long as it's not putting you in some sort of bad spot, we'd appreciate the vote.
All right.
And thank you for what you said about the committee.
I really understand that you are applying because of our backlog, and I hate that, we have to, the workarounds that you guys have to go through, it's unfair to you because of our failings. But at the same time, I don't want to bend the law to get things open. To the extent that I have already lost a court case and lost legal fees, I don't have the staff, I don't have the litigation capacity to go down that road again. So I'm gonna vote to deny based on a prior court decision that essentially says the authority doesn't have the authority to go too far beyond what we set as our policy. But I promise you that we are gonna take a look at your licensing application. Okay?
I'm gonna also respectfully, respectfully going to deny.
Well, thank you very much for your consideration, and I wanted to say, want to offer you a commendation on your licensing committee. We hope that it goes well, and we in the industry, of course, are all rooting for you to be successful in that endeavor.
Yes,
we all need you to be.
We should not have to have this situation a year from now, Max. Seriously.
One thing just for your own knowledge, that April 4th, 2023 ruling was written up and forwarded for publication. I also couldn't find it,
Okay.
so I expect that it will be up, if not already, in the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you for telling me. I check your website frequently, I don't wanna, you know.
Yeah, I appreciated you noting that, because that's what caused me to go look for it.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good luck. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, it's my understanding that number 16 and 17, HC Operator Incorporated, is ready to come back in.
Okay.
Coat wraps would be great.
Oh, God. No. All right. So do you guys want to continue? Do you have comments
Sure.
after you reviewed the documents involved?
So, Donna Raftery, Chair of CBP's SLA Committee. So, let's see, where do I start? I'll start with the proximity to other private members clubs. There is another private members club in this building. That building is almost entirely licensed. The Watch Store has a bottle club license in it, and then you have the private members club has a hotel license and the club license in there. There's a small space that was the upstairs of the furniture store, Jeff Ann, that you, I remember it, well, I live in the neighborhood, so I remember and I bought things there. So that's what's left in is vacant there. And then you have, within 200 feet is the 18 9th Avenue and the Gansevoort Hotel. That private members club, in addition to their hotel license and their other restaurant, ground floor restaurants, they have a new restaurant on Hudson Street.
Yeah.
So all of that activity there.
Yeah.
And then within 1,200 feet, you have that Jane Street Social Club on Jane Street that has a pending license that was approved.
Right.
So that's, this would be 4 private members clubs within 1,200 feet of each other. I would say that this district is very heavily trafficked with tourists, with destination-driven people between the Whitney, the High Line, Pier 55, Gansevoort Peninsula with Army Beach. It's bringing a lot of people to the neighborhood, and I think that having 4 private members clubs, which are not open to the public, but instead bring additional people to the neighborhood instead of serving the people that are there, is problematic.
Right.
So I also.
Yeah, but categorically, I mean, I just want your opinion, like, don't you think it's better that meatpacking is more becoming private club as opposed to those nightclubs?
Because, well,
Like
I mean,
versus
quite
those
frankly,
nightclubs, you
quite
rather
frankly-
have Cielo back?
No, well, actually, that you mentioned Cielo was one of the better ones, the security was good, I don't know, and we didn't, we rarely heard them, the ones where the problems with Bagatelle, Provocateur.
Right.
And then we have all the rooftops, which we still have a rooftop, but I mean, right there in that corner, you've got the rooftop on Soho House, Catch, Gansevoort Hotel, Restoration.
Restoration.
So, but, I mean, yes, I'm happy that it's quieted down, but I don't think these, so here's what I'm just gonna say. Davide had 198 seats, this has 270, max 380. The way a restaurant operates is very different from a private members club. People go on foot, people take yellow cabs, people take black cars, they come and go throughout the evening. The traffic here is a nightmare all the time, even on a quiet night, because we have the Gansevoort Hotel, Soho House, Restoration Hardware, you've got Restoration Hardware Guest House, and so the black cars, the 4 hire black cars that do not move are parked everywhere on the sides in all the no standing zones, meaning there is no place else for additional cars to pull over because they don't move. I appeared at our community board traffic committee trying to get the light switched on 9th Avenue. I just want to put this up just for, I know you know the area.
Yeah.
But so this is the traffic. Just for your reference, I live right here, so I see this all the time.
Right.
Okay? So if you're trying to get here, which is, this is where they are,
This is Soho House, Restoration Hardware, Gansevoort Hotel. The new restaurant is over here. So if you're trying to get here, let's say, from the north or from the east, you can go down 9th Avenue. You can't turn on 13th Street, it's going east here. You have to come down to Gansevoort, go around, and come up.
Yeah.
This is a closed street,
Yeah, I know.
so you can't go down and park in front of.
All roads lead.
To here, as you can, this is
I
why
know,
this is a
and then
mess.
14th Street is closed. I mean, that
14th Street,
yeah.
you can only
You
go
could go
one
there,
block.
exactly.
So what you can do,
And this light here
right, when you
is the
leave,
cause of almost significant amount of traffic congestion.
Yeah.
But because it's timed with 14th Street, it's not changed.
and so
Right,
you
and
can
the
only
left
get,
side of that is closed on 14th Street, and then the right side of 9th Avenue is technically closed, right?
this
the 14th
is
Street.
closed.
Right.
14th Street is open, but only for bus, it's the
Right,
express bus,
right.
so basically that's closed.
And
Right.
so one of the other things, and this is very specific to answer, the class of license that these private members clubs are creates significant impacts. I know this because I live next door to one. And the changes of the traffic and the cars that just come and wait. And these is because of the type of clientele. It's not a, negative or positive, it's just what it is. In fact, the private members club next to me has their 2 owned cars that are branded with their name on the side that park in the no parking zone, which is suggested in the traffic study as a solution here. They just park.
What club is that?
That's Zero Bond.
Oh.
And this had extensive traffic solutions, just like you see here, and yet
Yeah.
it's all double parked all the time in front of their club, which is a no standing zone.
I get it.
There's no
But,
traffic enforcement.
From what they said though, I think their clientele is younger, and I don't know that young people are necessarily using.
I'm
the
just gonna
cars
tell
like
you
that.
something, all the people that get out of these black cars are a bunch of young people, they're not people my age, they're not people your age. They're
What are you
all-
saying?
they're my age, I'm trying to get all the various, there are a lot of them, they're young people, they all
No,
come
you're
and pile in
right. I
those black cars, and it's continuous, now it's continuous, and at this light, you can get about 4 cars through at a light, at a time.
And that's it. And from my own experience of going to one of the other venues that Mr. Carey's involved with, the CASA Cipriani, they also have the same issues. They have a slightly different setup, so it's not as impactful on that neighborhood. But this is unique to this class of license. And this is an impact that's different, but the traffic here,
Everything
there's
goes
no
to this
solution.
2 blocks.
And that's the problem, is that there's no solution when they're all here waiting. And not on top of that, which you hadn't mentioned, is a car dealership, which somehow is privatized
Lucid,
parking.
so you've got Lucid parking 3 cars here every day
Yeah.
on a daily
And-
basis. I don't know, that's on my list to find out how they're allowed to do that. They don't, the hotel has the parking space.
And so the traffic study, which is presented, is a traffic study, but it belies the reality on the ground
And it
of
was
walking
done
around.
when the streets weren't closed.
And certainly understand a lot of that, but this is what it is right here in this intersection.
I get
And
it.
this is, the issue is, the next question is, well, what can mitigate that? That is an open question. And that's been the problem in the meatpacking district since the beginning of time, is the traffic. And that goes back to your question of the clubs. At that time, it was yellow cabs, and yellow cabs didn't have a feature that you could hail them, so they just circled.
Yeah.
Then you have the black cars who still the same way, that they wanna have to pick up the car. Now, not on top of all that, you have people waiting.
Yeah.
In this area, I know that you're familiar with it. I can't imagine that in the evening hours, people are walking to take the bus or subway. A small
Yeah,
percentage,
not from
maybe,
there.
if that.
It's also just
So-
Subway doesn't
so-
go there.
so that's-
No,
that-
they
that
tried to
comes
get the subway
into-
put down here, and they wouldn't do it.
And this is a main issue, and I think that it's not addressed adequately in the traffic study of those conditions. And what this brings us back to goes back to the justification for the 500-foot rule, which is on which is written with the bill, where it says the local zoning authorities may not consider the service of liquor as a reason to exclude a business otherwise permitted by zoning ordinance. It is the liquor license granting authority which should assure that all factors are taken into consideration which relate to the business and the impact that it has. And,
All right,
and
what
then it
else?
also points to the local community, business leaders and residents as the ones who have a
Okay.
local knowledge.
Alright,
So
what
then,
else?
so we've gone through the traffic for hire vehicles, so,
Mhm.
I
I'm
mean.
sorry, excuse me, miss, I'm sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. Do you have a smaller copy?
Yeah,
of
I
the
do. I sent
diagram?
one in with my packet
Yes, we need
and,
to introduce it to the record.
yes, here you go. It's different color
'Cause it
pens,
was on
but
the camera.
it's essentially the same.
Thank you very
Same
much.
thing.
Thank you.
Does the traffic study at all address?
No, the traffic study was done when the streets weren't closed. It says 75% drop off in front of the venue. Well, you can't drop off 75% of the people in front of the venue if the street is closed. The only place they can be dropped off is on that corner of 9th Avenue. So, you know, that won't work for Wednesdays through Sundays when they're having the open streets. And even if it did work, that drop off is right, if you're turning in there, the drop off is basically right in, directly across the street from Catch, which also has a lot of black cars coming to it. So you know, you're right off the corner in this space, which I think they said they had one parking spots. I would say that restaurants operate with a very different flow of traffic and very different types of vehicles. And just that the bid has been trying to deal with this, that's why they changed the direction of 13th Street to try to get cars flowing out, so that goes east on 9th Avenue and west, and that hasn't completely helped. They also had in their application to us, they said that they would be having about, first they said 45 private events for members to sort of take over the whole space. Then they said 30, they said they probably wouldn't use as many as 30, but they didn't want to say a lesser amount than 30. So that means roughly 2 to 3 a month of taking what is supposed to be a private members club, which is supposed to be open to its members, and now closing it to members, for certain members to have private events, meaning a ton of black cars coming at the same time and leaving at the same time for those events. And I think that, let me just see if I had the changes. Carter addressed that. They said they were gonna change to a no parking, but that just means that there's parking for the cars. And then the other thing, they had a DJ for private events. I don't think that they were having 30 private events, and it was in one small area of the space. And to Ms. Rodman, just to point out where she is located, it's not just barely, her building is here, on Jane Street, so the next block down, but it's one of the taller buildings in the neighborhood, so any noise that comes out of our little triangle area goes up and out. So when I tell people I hear it across the street, I'm telling them that they hear it 3 times as loud out there because of the way it travels, so just so you have a perspective. It's not right there, but that noise travels up and out.
All right, is there another point?
Yes, and I just want to briefly just touch on a couple of things, because, you know, we're constantly told we're not experts and not attorneys, et cetera.
No, who tells you that? You're definitely an expert.
I'm not sure if it was, this was from a previous application, but the expert on tax law, which Mr. Bernstein brought, articulated a lot of the nonprofit laws. And one of the things that he had said, that no part of the income of the corporation can endure the benefit of officers, directors, or members. Now, the question here is, officers of the club own the building. And so the interconnected relationship there is there. I mean, that's what it is. And you also have the other private members club in this building is a publicly traded corporation on the New York Stock Exchange. So, you know, there are issues here in this, and as well as there's extensive in the definitions of a club license on membership. You know, we don't know where the reciprocity of these memberships go. It talks about other nonprofits having reciprocity, and we hear these issues over and over. And we just bring this up because it goes to the questions that you raised earlier about why are these clubs being formed. And it's clearly not just for the interconnectedness of all these parties, which is not visible to us, is there. And that's the question that is constantly raised. And you can ask anybody on the street, take a random sample if they're familiar with these clubs and ask them about it. and they will give you people's names. They will tell you that it's a, there somebody's making money, et cetera, and that's not the intent of the clubs. And when you look at the definitions, you guys have read it. And so this is something that as we keep going down this road, it just is opening more and more problems without a solution. But I think that from many people who've looked at it, it raises a lot of valid questions. And ultimately, the arbiters are yourselves as the members of the authority and the courts, but at some point, these questions should be addressed.
I will say that, that this area definitely needs legislative address, that's all I'm gonna say. You also know that the 500-foot hearing came out in the affirmative.
Do they know what that area is like? I mean, that is one thing to my point, I would say, if you don't know Meatpacking, I mean, you know Meatpacking, and you go down there, but for somebody who doesn't.
So what
No, I get it.
the 500-foot hearing in this case, just.
But there are also no residents in this building.
No, and I believe that nothing in our testimony has really raised an issue about noise or music emanating from there. That's not the concern. The concern is the traffic, the honking horns, and the lack of actually having another restaurant to go to.
Right,
another
Mr.
private
Bernstein,
members club.
what's your response? Any
I
response
have
to?
a number of responses. First, I'm hearing conflicting arguments because it sounds like they're saying there are a lot of places already in the area, but in their letter to you, the community board says the space has been empty for quite some time and it would be a benefit to the community to have it activated. That's their letter. They're saying it would be a benefit to the community to activate it. How are we going to activate it? Either there's going to be a restaurant, or there's going to be a private members club, or could become part of Soho House, who knows, which is private members club. The problem is it's subgrade. Now, the V-Day never opened. Who knows how if they would have been successful now, because they were entirely subgrade. The prior restaurant was grade level and subgrade. So the owner of the building tried to lease the space to a restaurant. No one was interested in subgrade space. So he said, this is perfect space for a private members club. And that's how it will be activated. So what's the difference to the community in terms of traffic, noise, congestion, number of licenses? If it's a restaurant, which they say they want it activated, or if it's a private members club. And I submit that a private members club is better in a number of respects. And again, I don't want to be repetitive, but the private members club license is specifically authorized by statute. Statute doesn't say you can only have one in a building, or one in a block, or two in a block. It doesn't matter. What's going on in the space is going to have no impact on anybody. It's below grade, and it's not going to bother anybody. By being a private members club, there are a limited number of people that can go. Which, by the way, is the public. It's not like only aliens can go. It's the people in the area, people in the greater area that can come to this club by joining as members. Yes, you're not going to have tourists. You're not going to have the lines outside, and that's a benefit. If it was a restaurant or a bar, you could have lines outside. You could have tourists. You could have people touring Meatpacking. Could leave Little Island and say, let's go over to that place on 13th and 9th. They're not going to be able to do that. And as I said before, we've got a code of conduct. And that can be enforced, whether it's people having black cars outside or standing outside, that can be done. Now, what happens at Zero Bond has nothing to do with what's going on here. All of the private members club that I noted in my letter to you, I've done all those applications. And the only one I've heard a hint of an issue with is Zero Bond, which, by the way, both the community board and the SLA has approved for adding that rooftop on, so it can't be too bad because they're expanding their space with the approval of the community board, and it was just approved by the authority. None of the other clubs that I'm dealing with have had any issues with the community board or the public by virtue of their method of operation. With respect to the traffic, looking at that chart, if I'm a member and I'm going, I'm not driving down here and going this way, I'm gonna say, let me off at 14th Street. I can walk a block. I can manage that. I can do that. We could even advise members, and I think we'd be willing to do this, and there's a way to work that out with Uber where you ping it, say, get dropped off on 14th and 9th. It'll be easier, so you gotta walk a block.
Would you accept stipulation directing traffic drop-off? Because we have done that way downtown. I don't think Mr. Bernstein was involved. Were you involved in that?
Which one?
The one that's downtown, the theater downtown in Wall Street area. I don't think it was you.
Well, we've done it with community boards.
I think the community board really laid out a compelling argument regarding the traffic situation down there. And in my previous life, some know that I was a police officer, and I remember being in that area, late 70s, early 80s. It was a different world. You know, it has really, really dramatically changed. I know the traffic study was presented to the ALJ, and we know that the ALJ has said they've endorsed this application. What did the traffic study say about the issues that the community board has brought to our attention?
I'd have to look at my letter. Anything that summarized it, if you can give me a moment. We did commission the study. They wrote a 24-page report. They went on site, they evaluated the roadways. They looked at the existing conditions with the other venues. They came up with some suggested practices and protocols, which are on page 22 and 23 of the report.
Did they visit the site at night?
I would imagine yes, but I don't want to represent that. I'd have to look at the report.
They did in December when the street was open at night.
But again, we can
Well, we had addressed,
offer a solution.
we had addressed CB2's comments at one of the initial hearings, and we said, we put it in our policies, in our code of conduct, you're not allowed to have your car or driver waiting outside for you. It would be, you'd get a penalty, or you'd be asked not to come anymore, not to be.
Lose your membership?
Yeah, essentially. So
it has to be renewed every year.
It has to be renewed every single year. So, and we can cancel it at any time. So if you don't abide by the guidelines or the code of conduct, you're out. So
How is that monitored?
it's monitored. So we're going to have a doorman who's going to be basically reporting. So they'll know, okay, they just got dropped off. Everyone will be known by name. So.
And like, you know, this is not a situation where people are going and then having cars waiting because they're essentially going there for hours. So I feel like it's less of a problem. It's not like go, you know. So what's the other solution you can offer? Is there like advise drop-off points?
I think we can.
Yeah, we can do advise drop-off points.
I think we can do that.
No, still no idling, and we're willing to work.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Mr. Carey owns the building. He's been in this space for a long time. He's committed to it. He's not a tenant coming in for 10 years and then getting out. And he's got a hotel that's paying him rent for the building above this members club. He doesn't want to have the hotel complaining because their guests are bothered by what's going on.
Is that the Restoration Hardware Hotel?
No, it's a Soho House.
It's a Soho House. Oh, the Soho House.
Soho House Hotel has a hotel license.
Okay.
Just the sixth floor and the upper and the floor above that have a members club license. The rest of the building is all a hotel with a restaurant. And with respect to traffic, again, keep in mind that it was licensed for Spice Market for years. I know the neighborhood changes from time to time, but Spice Market was larger, had greater occupancy, so people were coming and going to that exact location. With respect to the number of clubs in the area, I commented on that. I also wanted to add, and I think Commissioner addresses some of the questions that you had earlier. Why are there so many of these clubs? The reason is people like them. They like belonging. These clubs are not going to open if no one's joining, if no one's becoming members. Some of them are exclusive. And I just looked at this on my phone, and I just wanted to bring this one up, is the one that's called Colette on Fifth Avenue. It costs $125,000 to join that club, and you have to pay $35,000 a year membership. That's exclusive. I get it. That's not us. There's no initiation fee. So it's not open to the public in that you just can't walk in. But they want people from the community and the greater community to join. It's the people that are in New York City that are the members.
What's the criteria?
Well, it's like-minded people. They do want people from the neighborhood because it's supposed to be a local spot. It's they're not looking for international members because they're not there to enjoy it every day, right? They're coming, they come in, they come out. You know, Soho House is so limited in who they accept. It's very like, we only accept people who are in the art or fashion industry. We're not, you know, exclusive to that regard. It's more so
interests, like-mindedness, cultural connections rather than, you know, what profession are you in?
Theater people will do well.
Thanks.
Just wanted to see if there is, you know, and in terms of exclusivity, I mean, you know, co-working spaces, you can't get in there unless you pay an annual fee.
Yeah.
They're proliferating all over the place. Lifetime, Equinox, they're exploding. We're doing the lifetime licenses. I think we've got 4 or 5 of them already. You've got to be a member to join. There are some restaurants that are probably more exclusive than members clubs. You can't, good luck getting a reservation at Carbone and
Polo Bar or
you know,
Rayo's.
So this is going to be a welcoming place. It's the best use of this subgrade space that we can get. I think being a members club will have less impact on the community. The hours are the same as what the authority approved for W Day. DJ, just want to say, it's just in one room. It's called the music room. It is not a DJ with the headphones. It's just a music programmer to sort of take the mood. It's subgrade space. No one's going to hear it. It'll be at the same level as the background music. It's not the most critical thing for us, but it should not be.
Say again how many members you expect to have?
They want to start with 1,000. But it'll be staggered, so.
Right.
Mandy, you want to say something?
Yeah, the occupancy is like 380 or something like that, I think. Yeah, I wanted to say that, you know, when the streets close, they can't drop off in front, so they're monitoring, they're looking over to 9th Avenue to monitor who's waiting on in the no standing zones, those cars, and I've watched those cars and they don't drop off and leave, they do sit there. The level of the DJ in what we received, report said it was gonna be closer to 110 decibels for the DJ, which is not background.
Have you ever approached DOT about having no standing signs? Don't
They have no standing
they have
signs, and I'm just telling you, I have a dog also, so I'm constantly walking these blocks. And what happens is, if I park my car for 10 minutes and run inside and drop something off, I get the ticket. DOT does ticket sometimes during the day, because now they've changed the sign, so like from 2 to 6, if somebody's parked there, and I feel bad for the commercial vehicles, because it used to be they could park till 4, now it's 2, they get ticketed. It is really rare, I'm not gonna say it never happens, but it is really rare that they walk around at night. And certainly not after 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. And they don't ticket anybody, they walk, they don't tell the cars to move. They'll ticket if nobody's in a car, but they don't tell the drivers to move. So it's a problem. Then the other thing that Mr. Bernstein may not be aware of, but there's a whole plan going on for 14th Street right now to enliven it. I'm on the bid, so the bid is doing this. They just changed 10th Avenue going down to allow for more seating. Part of the philosophy is to bring people in and hang out. So they are looking to put curb outs on 14th Street and have kiosks and more sitting areas, so there will be less areas to go over on the side. That corner of 14th Street, if you're heading east by 9th Avenue there, where it sounds like they're possibly proposing a drop-off point, is right now designated for the bid to be putting their trash. They have done one of those out things on the street to contain it, so that it's a nice, neat area to put the trash. So that's I mean, there's just a bunch going on 14th Street that drop-off points are not going to be easy, between a bus across the street and what they're planning to do there. And I don't know what other drop-off points, I guess on Washington Street, maybe they could put something a block away. You've also got the Standard Hotel there that has cars lined up, and you have Genesis, which Ms. Rodman pointed out, has a bunch of events, is also on 13th Street with both their cars that they sell parked, and they have an event space in there. So it's a lot of event spaces there with a lot of black cars.
Is there anything that you could suggest regarding the traffic situation?
That's why I did that diagram, because I honestly, I mean, quite frankly, one thing is, and this is what I spoke to the community board about, to try to get a letter to get the light switched on 9th Avenue so it changes more frequently, but then that screws up the 14th Street track, you know, the flow of 14th Street. So I don't know, that's a DOT issue. And you know, other than that, that's what I mean about this neighborhood and having so many black cars in particular. It's, you know, for that.
And somebody did an estimate, and they said they expect 3 to 4 vehicles every 15 minutes.
But
that's from the traffic study.
That's from the traffic study, and based upon occupancy and how things normally turn. Ms. Rafferty is right, when there's a private event, you get more people that come and go at some time. But, I mean, the fact is that private members clubs typically don't have many private events.
I don't even understand how you can have a private event, so the private member.
If you want to have a holiday party.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to invite people from the outside, right?
You can, yes,
You
so
can have,
there's an advisory on that. So a member can say, I want to have my company.
and then they
holiday
can
party.
invite their
They
friends
can
to
invite
come.
They can have their guests, they all have to be there at the same time. But the fact is, if I'm a member and I'm paying $2,600 a year, and I'm told every other Saturday I can't come because there's an event, I'm gonna be upset. So as a practical matter, these members clubs do not have.
You can't
these
really
very
have private parties.
often. They don't, and they cannot solicit outside third-party
How
private
much-
events by law.
How much does it cost to rent the whole space for a private party?
That hasn't been determined yet, but
You could probably limit the number
Yeah.
of events. That's not a problem.
And just
How many events would you have? Because they have applying for a lot.
Yeah, I think Mr.
30 to
Perry didn't want to have a
45.
limit, so
Yeah.
he came up with 30. I think the community board is suggesting 10.
How about you do one a month? Start one a month. Look, I understand your arguments. I'm concerned about the traffic. The 500-foot hearing came out in the positive. That is the only saving grace, and I don't get to question that. That is a done process.
That's not true. That's advisory to the members are the final determiners.
So is your determination.
But the other issue, I just really wanna bring this up about the traffic. This is why these hearings by submission have serious faults, and this is why the ALJ, they just recently started doing recommendations, actually, which is under the previous chairman at the beginning of his tenure. But they had an opportunity to respond to the concerns of the community board, and they commissioned a traffic study, which they then adjusted and were able to submit. We're not able to submit anything. We're here. This is it. This is all we get. And so Donna had brought a very compelling display. We hadn't seen any of the materials, and there is a significant
You're not
impact.
notified of a 50-foot here,
No,
we
we're
are
notified, but we're not able to participate because they're still by submission only. They used to be in
Why
person.
can't you make a submission?
We
We
do,
did, but.
Did you make the submission?
not, we did not make that, we put our resolution in. We don't
Which
have their
outlines-
traffic study, we don't have any of the materials that they're
And it's not uncommon.
addressing in there.
At certain, and you know, look, I understand many of the 500-foot hearings, the ALJ sits in the room and that's it. But there are other occasions, which nobody knows beforehand, that may be contested, and this is
I get it.
part
I
of
mean, I
that
used to
issue,
attend
so-
them before COVID, I would attend if there was some, like, if this was happening before COVID, I would have come up and attended that meeting. So if something came up that I was unaware of, it could be addressed at that time or at least spoken to like it is here, but we don't have that opportunity now to be able to do that, so.
And Commissioner DeLeon really touched on something, which is traffic enforcement. In our area, the traffic division enforces on McDougal Street, on Bleecker Street. They go down there, they write tickets, they tow. 5 tow trucks show up. I've never seen that in front of any private members clubs. They're not going into any of these other areas which have nighttime no standing zones, exactly to your point. You know, where they're going is where easier pickings, you know, whatever it is for the work that they do. They have a mandate. There's not enough. And so the enforcement isn't done, and so the problem continues. And you know, I bring up Zero Bond in particular, but our board has tried to work things out. You know, Mr. Sartiano is the ABC officer, was previously a member of the board, was previously my neighbor. He's a very nice gentleman. The club creates some conflicts. We were able to work them through with our neighbors. I actually negotiated that rooftop with my neighbors, got them together and said, let's figure this out and what can work. So we do work on those issues. And so this is a situation where we don't see where there can be some
Well,
solutions,
there's been some suggestions,
Right.
you know, and they sound fair under the circumstances, right? That you can instruct your membership to drop off at a certain place, monitor, you know, of course, the devil's in the details, right? I get that. These sound like a good faith effort. There's a recognition here of the situation that you brought to everybody's attention. And like I said, you made a very, very compelling argument, you know. I'm a litigator myself, so I, use the exhibits, they work well. I like that. But we do have, as the chair said, we do have a determination by the ALJ here that this is a viable plan. And also some compelling arguments on this side. What I'd like to see is that we work out the issue of traffic, and we work out the issue of how many private parties, which has been discussed. And we try to make the best of the situation. There are other venues and other parties and people who get paid certainly a hell of a lot more than I do to address some of the real concerns and the real concerns that you have, the viable concerns. I don't dismiss them at all.
Because they're getting paid more than me, they're doing a
Doesn't
better
mean
job
that-
than
thank
you
you.
are at all. Look at you.
Trust me, I know.
All right.
Mr. Carey being so invested in this property by owning it, certainly there can always be a dialogue. If there were any issues and work through adjustments, what can we do with DOT? We'd be more than willing to do that at any time.
And that is great, that DOT has different ideas for our community, and we see it regularly. 14th Street closed, 9th Avenue, no right turns, closed streets repeatedly. The bid has a certain direction that they're going in as well and are advocating for. It creates conflict with this use, which is why the 500-foot law puts the burden on the two of you as the members of the authority to make the final determinations on these matters. And as it says, the law says that you should consider the community board's position. It actually does not say that you're required to consider the ALJ's recommendation.
I understand that, but you're asking me to undo my whole agency's process, which is set up the way it is. I didn't set it up. I learned it and I follow it, and there's a certain process, right? So I get what you're saying about the 500 hearing. We internally have been talking about how to include and sort of dial it back. We will have more information on that as we go. But for now, I would say that I agree with the commissioner that, the 500-foot hearing came out in the positive. I think that the owner of the building have an intention of doing something fairly good for the community. If we can limit private events to once a month.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you probably have some ideas about how to limit the traffic. I mean, I've done it before where we literally order drop-off points. I'm not sure if that's fair here. I
believe it was voluntary. I mean, I'm willing to hear what you have to offer, because you can see the
we
problem.
have parking on the street. It's commercial during the day, and then I believe it's past 7 o'clock. We have street parking that's on the catch side and in front of our building. So if there are parked cars, we'll be able to monitor with the doorman any people who are double parked or idling, that they have to leave, and take note of who that person's driver is if it's a hired car where the member has them full time and not an Uber, right? We can take note of that, and it'll be brought to, let's say, the membership board, and they'll be given maybe one opportunity to never do it again, and then after that, their membership will be canceled. But in regards to traffic, we also have to keep in mind that it's a membership club. It's not a restaurant that has seatings, right? 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock reservations, 8 o'clock. These are staggered. It could have been someone who was there from 5 o'clock that's now eating at 8. So the amount of drop-offs aren't as much as a restaurant would have.
Right.
Which,
But you are taking reservations for the food portion of this, right?
Yes, but it would be for members only. But because of the limited amount of members and the limited amount of seats, we're not expecting all the members to eat at the restaurant every day that it's open.
So correct me if I'm wrong, so what I'm hearing is you're gonna have a code of conduct that's gonna specify and.
It's already in there.
It's already in there, that's going to tell the members that they can't have cars idling outside, have them come back, pick you up or whatever it is. And you're gonna have a doorman that's gonna monitor, physically, go out and take a look. Are there any suggestions that the community board would like to offer?
I mean, 13th Street, what she's saying is lovely, but 13th Street is closed for a number of months of the year, so it doesn't matter what parking is going on there because the street's closed. You can't get on it. And according to their traffic study, is governed by no standing anytime for 51 feet measured from West 13th Street, followed by 2-hour metered parking Monday to Friday from 4 to 11 p.m. and Saturday 7 to 11 p.m. and 3-hour metered parking for commercial vehicles only Monday to Friday 7 to 4 p.m. and no standing Friday to Sunday from midnight to 6 a.m. Meaning of the street is signed as a hotel loading zone, followed by no standing anytime. So I mean, it's not like there's just parking there and the street is closed. And it's no standing all up and down 9th Avenue.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And the
There's a
14th
lot
Street,
of
so I
traffic
just don't
related.
know. I don't know.
A lot of traffic related
where they're gonna
issues,
put it.
like in our area, to be honest. I mean, I live there too,
Yeah.
the closing 14th Street was insane.
And it doesn't help the businesses on 14th Street.
Right, and so but at the time, in my household, we really felt like, yeah, traffic is gonna be worse, but there is a public interest here, so, it's not about us, and the traffic on my street is terrible now, because there's a public school, there's, and all the streets are closed, and people are making all these arguments about how this is gonna impact us, but in the end, though,
I mean,
it's hard to reverse that. I understand you're frustrating, and then telling them they cannot have a business.
No,
or
I'm
cannot
not
have a
telling,
club.
I mean, I'm really, I mean, just to make the fine point on this, a restaurant does not have as many black cars and cars come and go. And that's really, to Mr. Bernstein's point, the community would like to have the space activated. We just have a issue with the private members club. I get that the LRJ said that was fine, but I'm just reiterating that because it brings so many black cars that do not move. It's the nemesis of this 2-block area. And I'm not trying to be stubborn here with saying I don't have something to offer, but I don't have something to offer because those streets are closed. They're closed. I mean, they could go all the way to Gansevoort. They might walk the 2 blocks, but Gansevoort also has no standing and has the same kind of commercial and no parking there. So what you're really left with is what they offered, which is 14th Street, which they're redesigning, and I don't see how that works. I'm just saying that.
I understand.
And
I think we've heard a lot.
Yeah.
And
No, I mean, I know you get it. I just
well,
don't know
I really
what to
appreciate
say.
I really appreciate the presentation of both sides. I am going to vote to approve this application. I'm going to, note that we're going to have a code of conduct or ask that code of conduct be included in audit, which you already have, and that the traffic be monitored. I think somebody needs to reach out to DOT and get enforcement down there because this is really an enforcement issue.
I mean, they walk, they just, they don't enforce the black cars. They ticket anybody not sitting, but not those black cars, and they always have people in them. So it's, and I'm
Yeah.
trying, and I'm complaining to the bid too.
All right,
And the limit on events, which you mentioned.
yes,
And the limit
one
of
event, one event a month,
Well,
thank
that
you.
means a buyout, that's a buyout.
And I support the commissioner in his decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
So members,
Yes.
there was a lot of discussion. It's approved, subject to a code of conduct. Traffic
it's,
being monitored and reaching out to the DOT regarding traffic issues.
I think that is not a requirement, Paula. I think the only requirement is one private event per month and a traffic-related code of conduct statement.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
And they have to submit that to licensing?
They want to do more.
Sure, 12 a year.
on the hours of operation.
The hours are up.
The hours are what they apply.
12, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry this took so
That's
long.
okay, we appreciate it.
I appreciate your
Thank you.
patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
And thank you for your patience in allowing them to be heard. Thank you.
You stay.
They have more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Enjoy
Yes,
your
we can
evening.
take a brief recess. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Chair, you had said that you had a traffic code of conduct statement as a condition. Do you want that statement submitted to licensing or?
I actually think that the statement is already in their proposed code of conduct. That's what they said. So
Okay.
it's nothing that they need to show us. I think it's already there.
Okay,
But you can limit private events to 12 a year, not once a month. Okay,
Okay, so that has changed. Okay,
all right, thank you.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Do we say something? We're not gonna take a recess.
They would take
Oh,
a
you're gonna
recess.
take a recess?
Yes, we're gonna
Okay.
take a brief recess.
Yes,
Okay.
they just
Yes.
need
We
to.
can take
Thank
all
you.
our stuff.
Yes, and we are going to take a brief recess.
Okay.
Hey, Paula, we're back.
Go there, you can't even walk this way.
Really? That's all right. I don't know that. I don't really know the area.
We're back after a brief recess.
How about you, Pat?
Yeah.
It's not like that anymore.
No?
Next item is 23 and 24, Two Smoking Barrels LLC.
You said that it's so cool. It's not like that. They have to build their island so that there's foot traffic crossing the DVFs. Yeah. They're trying to do what they can to revitalize it. You heard the community board. They said that they're on the bid.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So it's like, which one is it?
Exactly.
Okay, so, what you got for me?
Okay,
Are we back on the record?
Are we back on the record?
Yes, we are back on the record.
Hello.
So there was stipulations to separate two things. Because they have your full food menu and they have a limited food menu.
Okay.
And then the only other thing is.
So you're not okay with what number?
Number 4.
Number 4.
Because it's a limited,
Okay.
not full.
Okay.
And then if you jump down to 15, where it says notify no more than 20% ownership change, I believe it's 80%. Of ownership change?
Is it a 10%?
No,
they're-
it's 80%.
Well, they're saying that if there's any additional subtractions of
20% ownership.
20%, well, I mean, because there are 5 of you, so I think what they're saying is if one person is dropping out and you're replacing somebody with somebody, they just want to be notified. What's the difference?
Because from my understanding, when you have to do the corporate change with the liquor authority notify the community board, I believe it's an 80% or more change.
I see, well, they're trying to lower it.
Yeah, they're trying to lower it significantly.
Right.
So that's,
So all they're saying is that the makeup of your partnership in the event that there is a change, they want to be notified. I think that's what this means.
okay.
And I think that's probably a fair request, given that, you know, there are multiple people here, people from out of state, and, you know, a variety of participants in this business.
Okay, I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is, you know, the ABC law is the 80%.
I get it,
Yeah.
but, you know, the ABC law also says 4 AM, so,
But this is a
you
step.
know, so we're trying to agree here. I don't think it's a huge thing, like, I wouldn't break this deal because of that one thing.
Okay.
I mean, do you anticipate a change in your makeup? Cause, you know,
All right, that's all right then, fine.
okay. So, are you okay, you guys okay with that, limited menu on number 4?
Yes, I mean, this goes back to my original question, right, is what is the application? Is it a restaurant or is it?
Yeah, so what time are you gonna start serving a limited menu?
Right, that's exactly.
For the food? The
Yeah.
limit? Oh, it starts 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I know, but you're always gonna have
food.
limited.
Yes, always limited.
I know, but always limited, so it's not gonna be a full restaurant.
No, because their menu that they have is, like pastries, sandwiches, there's like some steaks, but it's not according to ABC law, it's not a full entree.
Okay, if you have steaks.
But that word was used with us. I mean, this is the liquor authority doesn't issue licenses under the ABC law, right? Under 64 and 64A, but it is through the questions that you ask on the application that and there's some argument, in fact, that if you go from one to the other, that it's a class change application. And this is why we asked that question. And we understand that some places are restaurants and also are taverns at certain times because they limit their menu.
Yeah, I don't
But-
understand, because on your door, it says dinner, like how
Right.
do you not have a full menu?
Because of the options and stuff they have. It's just because it has to go under the 64. It's
Is that what it is?
yeah, because from what I know, because yeah, because
Do you have your menu?
yeah, I have it.
Alright, let me see it.
Because when I submitted that type of menu before to the authority, they said that's not the full menu.
I know.
You know what I mean? So it's
I know,
like.
don't go with that, show it to me. I'm sorry. Oh, come on.
Entrees? It's not. I'm having, roast chicken, polenta.
You can eat dinner. It's limited.
Well,
Better than a plane. I'm kidding.
That's not hard. Yeah. But you can see how like it's in that.
It's a lot more than sandwiches,
Yeah, I mean, this is legit. I
Well,
mean,
and
it's a
that's,
restaurant.
this is our point, if they're
Yeah.
serving this menu through
Can you serve this
predetermined
menu
time.
until closing?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So that, I
So
think
they're
that's,
gonna serve this menu until closing. We don't need to define whether that's limited or full.
I'm sorry, I just have a question. So this is a different menu that was scanned, so this is a more updated menu?
that's more, yeah, because
Ah.
it's been so long.
Okay, because this is, right.
This was the other menu.
Right,
Alright,
because this
that's
is the
fine.
other menu,
But
okay.
that looks good
So
to me.
I'll make sure to combine this into the record.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, with that, I'm gonna vote to approve with all these steps involved, and, you're gonna live by this.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we have to thank you.
I'm also gonna vote to approve with stipulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate your time, I'm sorry it took a while. We just wanna go through the
And we can
process.
discuss also the sidewalk.
Yes, and the
Because there's some
planters.
balance.
Yeah,
in
the
that.
planters you're going to remove, you already said that.
Yes.
Yes.
completely, some.
You should remove them, because they don't belong on the sidewalk.
Have a good day, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank you.
we need clear view into the licensed premise. The glass is supposed to be, you're supposed to be able to see through it, okay? Thank you.
So basically the original one was obviously.
Members, next item is 27.
All right, thank you, Paula.
That's just.
Carmine Street
Sorry,
Beers
it's going on
Corporate.
for a while.
I think I saw that.
Go
on the
back.
website.
So it's more just,
Yeah,
they're
sure,
gonna serve
thank you,
that,
absolutely.
they're gonna serve their full menu through the whole time.
That is
not
correct.
do
Where people
some
order it or
places
not, that's a different story.
Right,
Yes.
exactly, yes, that's all.
Okay.
That's with,
Okay.
Carmine?
All right. Next one is.
47 already?
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you, sir? Good afternoon. What number is this? 27, I think, 27?
Yes.
Would you put your name on for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Brian Montero. I'm the principal at Carmine Street, PSE.
Thank you.
So what's the process here? So you guys haven't had an opportunity, is that?
No,
what's-
I
What's the
can
issue?
address this, yeah,
Okay.
so I can, maybe
This
it's
is
a
a
little more
zoning
simple.
issue.
Yeah,
It-
really.
It's, which comes first, so.
Could you
I
introduce
just
yourself
want-
again,
Yes,
please?
Carter Booth, Community Board 2, I'm not sure where the camera is, so I don't know where to
The
look.
camera's really right
Oh,
there.
right there,
okay.
So we should be standing more over that way.
We don't.
And Donna Raftery, also from Community Board 2, I just want to say that we like Brian and Carmine Street Beers. In fact, our licensing committee has gone there twice as a group, including farewell to our previous district manager at Smallman. So this is not easy.
Great people.
This is not easy. And so this is not easy to do because
This is
we
getting
really
weird.
like.
Just don't take it personally.
Right, exactly.
And I,
Exactly.
and you know, and to Brian's point, he said, look, I have to resolve this, and he felt that this was.
Yeah, they're
the
only
proper
here because there are other
direction to go.
matters.
So the application is to expand their use into the rear yard. And the issue here is that Carmine Street Beers is a non-conforming use in a residentially only zoned area. And what that means is that the ground floor has had a commercial use since prior to 1938 when the modern zoning was implemented. And there's a letter of no objection from the Department of Buildings indicating that the use is permissible on the ground floor interior only. The premise is in a 5-story residential building. The entire rear yard donut is surrounded by residential apartments overlooking the space. As far as public safety, there's nothing that shows that the use of the rear yard is permitted. And it's difficult to see how the permission would be granted as there appears to be no second means of egress. The only egress is through the premises, which includes some steps. The waiver of the liquor authority's requirement of the submission of a certificate of occupancy or a letter of no objection at the time of application or going forward does not in any way, quote, constitute a waiver of the requirement to comply with all local laws, codes, ordinances, or regulations related to the certificate of occupancy, and that's outlined in SLA Rule 48.3. We had asked the applicant for a stamped letter from his architect indicating that this use is permissible when he appeared before us, and we have yet to receive anything. And we had discussed that, and at
So
the
what do you
time-
think about that?
To begin with, I had agreed. I said, I will apply for the license and get an approval, subject to getting the zoning approval. Because if I hire an architect, he won't stamp it till he gets a letter from the buildings department. Because otherwise he'll be proven wrong. So my contention was like, apply for the license, get subject to approval from the buildings department. If I don't get a buildings department approval, I will never open. I've never done anything wrong and I don't want to. And I said, once I get the approval, I will submit it to you guys.
So we don't do that anymore. So we used to do that, require you to have proper usage. The agency has essentially detached ourselves from DOB requirements, so there will be no stipulation if we approve it.
Okay. Then the other part is the egress. There is a separate entrance from the building to go out to the street. There's one from the store and one from the building.
So you have to go back into the building to go out?
Yes. But which is usually.
So just if I can finish one other part, which is the biggest issue is as you may be aware that pre-existing non-conforming commercial uses and residential only zoning are not permitted to be expanded. So our board is elected to no longer use the term grandfathering, but that's what a pre-existing non-conforming commercial use is. So it can't be expanded. And
how many is there outdoor space, balconies, etc.? Like how many units would you say?
It's surrounded by
Residential.
six-story buildings go to
It's a
about
5-story
all
building that
five-story
I'm in, and there's a townhouse on the other side.
And there's the spaces, I mean, this is where you put people in the rear yards, right? Is a huge problem in residentially only.
Yeah, I know.
And so the issue is that the zoning text, which is what we are relying on our position, is that it's Article 5, Chapter 4, the New York City Planning Zoning Resolution, is non-conforming buildings, Section 5431, enlargements or conversions, general provisions, except as otherwise provided in Section 54313, a non-complying building or other structure may be enlarged or converted, provided that no enlargement or conversion may be made, which would either create a new non-compliance or increase the degree of non-compliance of the building or other structure or any portion thereof. And then additionally, we're also concerned because there wasn't any really direct outreach to the people whose windows and whose sound would be impacted by this. Unfortunately, during COVID, as everybody is well aware, there's significant confusion. And for a period of time, there was an allowance for outdoor areas, and it was just sort of, oh, well, just use it,
Right.
because you can't be
Have
inside.
you been serving
so-
outdoors since COVID?
During COVID, when we couldn't have anybody inside, we used it outside.
Right, and there were no problems.
There was never a problem, not one issue. Once they let
Did you
people come
ever
in.
hear noise complaints? Did
No.
anyone say?
No.
What kind of food do you serve? Are you just a restaurant?
I'm a tavern.
You're a
Basically,
tavern?
it's craft beer.
Okay.
So it's like very little. I close
Okay.
at 10 o'clock most days.
And your outdoor is gonna close at what time?
10.
Okay, it's gonna close at 10. I'm gonna vote to approve.
And is that conditioned on
No.
following Rule
I can't.
40.3?
I can't because I have an advisory. He will do what
I will
he's-
do what is right in
Yeah.
my and
He said he's gonna do what is right, so you need to go do what is right, okay?
Okay, so,
And
so,
Commissioner, do you agree as well?
yeah, I'm, I, maybe it's me, I just have a difficulty, with kind of just seeing rules and regulations not abided by. All that said, somebody a lot smarter than me said, we need the law to survive, but if the law's not just, then it can't survive, the law can't stand. We have a residential zoning issue. It's zoned for residential, and we're saying, as an agency, we don't care. I don't, maybe we could talk about where that decision came from, the history of it, and maybe that will enlighten me, because you guys get along. He has a great, he's a good, this is the kind of person you want to have a business with you, so we want to support him, you know. There's just something that I'm missing, and maybe if we have a brief talk, I can come back and be educated.
Sure.
Okay. Paula, we're going to recess.
For those who may just be tuning in, the members are in a brief recess.
All right, Paula.
I may not do a good job, but clean it up for me if I mess it up.
Yeah, there's definitely an advisory on the record for that.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
So call the folks in?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we are back on the record after a brief recess.
Oh, okay, we're back on the record. And I have been educated. And, you know, we are a state agency and we know what our parameters are as a state liquor authority. And the Department of Buildings is a New York City agency. And they, you know, do what they do. But apparently in the past, there's been a delay in getting them to issue certificate of occupancies, which created huge problems for this agency. So you still have to comply with the law.
Yes.
And you know that you are gonna comply with the law.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but we're not gonna hold up an approval on the basis of, you know, not having the proper COO at this time. Although you know you're still obligated to get it.
Well, as per the little that I know of the buildings department, I will never get a CO, I will get a letter of no objection.
Right.
That I would be able to get.
Okay.
And only after I get that will I start any construction, that the place needs to be done up. There's no way I can utilize it.
Okay.
So I will not touch anything till I get the letter of no objection from the buildings department.
Okay, and so you're closing at 10 o'clock?
Outdoor, yes.
Yeah. And is there any issue with the egress and coming, what was that now? You have to go through the building to
No,
get it
in
out?
case of an emergency, there's a door from inside. You go out, you can go to the back, to the further end, and you can go out to the road from the building.
So you got two?
Two.
Okay. All right, with those things said, then I will vote to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And as a question on this, if there is a violation in the Department of Buildings and the result is to discontinue the use, this is the open question for the liquor authority. If it's established that they're not complying with the authority's rules, meaning, and we have a case where that's the case, which we're going to bring to your attention. And-
Where they are what? You're saying that if the use is found to be illegal and they're still using it, but he's just saying to you
No,
that.
different case.
Oh,
What I'm
different
saying
case.
as these go forward, how do we be?
You file a
You
complaint.
file a complaint, right.
Then it goes to
Not-
enforcement.
You file
Okay.
it through the complaint line, not any one person
Right,
individually.
but with
Yeah, with the
Right,
authority,
yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a
Thank you.
wonderful night.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for taking.
Did you
No,
wanna
you're
keep my big
fine.
chart for any reason? I mean.
No,
you-
with
you
this-
got- you're- Are you good
No,
with
I
this
don't.
small
This
one?
is-
Okay.
Oh, no, you should hold on to that, man. That's-
You want it?
No, it's beautiful.
I'll
It's a
hold
work
on,
of
I'll
art.
hold on to it for the next.
Maybe you should frame it.
I'll, you know.
Okay, members, the next item is 45.
Unfortunately, I'm sure I will need it again. I don't think they're coming.
Bye, Donna, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hey, Paula.
Okay, members, the next item is 45, Auspice Bar Restaurant Corporation.
This is intimate.
True story.
Would you please put your name on the record?
My name is Sandra Olaya, Team CL Group, representing Auspice Bar Restaurant Corp.
Thank you.
Located at 8-04 Roosevelt Avenue.
Are you the business owner?
I am not, I'm the representative.
Oh, you're the representative.
Yes,
Okay,
and
got it.
this is a brother, they're co-owners. One of them is in Ecuador and the other one is home with a sick child. For the record, I did advise the licensees that we would be submitting a method of operation change. in the picture, you see one of the brothers in the booth, and he is the owner. So we will be submitting a method of operation change to add. He likes to play music, so.
Right, it says, the method of understanding says only recorded music.
So he can DJ there,
Right, until
In the
until
meantime.
available. Which I did advise him on that.
We have,
And then,
two failures to comply, and a third failure to notify. And then we have this failure to conform. What's going on?
we're getting there. I mean, it's, the bottle that it states here that it was purchased, it wasn't a purchase, it was a gift, which I explained to them that even if it's a gift, it shouldn't be on the premise. They're aware of that now, they do apologize and extend a sincere apology for that. They do have family, it came from a family member that came to visit from Spain, and it's not something that's being sold on the premise.
So the offer was 2,000.
I'm hoping less. This is a very nice family. They've been licensed since 2010.
We're right on, sir.
Yeah, I would stay with the 2,000. Just based on the history.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. And February 2020, November 2021, March 2022, April 2023. There's a little bit of a pattern here. That's my concern.
We're definitely helping them.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Want to split the difference? 3?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to split at 3.
3,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great evening.
Bye-bye. That was 45.
45.
Yeah, is that right on? Go for it.
I guess I'm becoming.
You got generous. You got generous.
I'm becoming a softie.
See, you come here for too much and you just change your style.
Okay, members, the next item is number 8, OASIS 86 CORP.
All right. Hi. All right.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Please put your name on the record.
Yes, my name is Yankel Fernandez. I'm here on behalf of Aurelia Taveras. She's a representative. She asked me to come in to ask for a request to adjourn this meeting.
Okay, 12:19.
12:19?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, wow, I don't need any all day for that.
Okay, Jonathan, I don't have anything else to in.
Because these were the requests from.
There's nothing else, Paula.
And I don't know. Are these your documents? Oh, no, they gave these to us as part of the smoking
Exhibit for
barrel.
smoking barrels?
What happened to smoking barrel? Did they leave?
No, they came in.
Oh, they came in? Oh, we gave it to them, that's right, I forgot. I'm like, did we do that? Oh, right, we did do that, we did do that, we did do that.
No, don't do that to me,
Sorry. I got confused for 1 second there, Sam. Paul.
Are we ready to
All
go
right.
ahead, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, number 9 is a new grocery store beer wine application. I'm sorry, grocery store beer.
Previous licensee canceled, current applicant has the same last name.
We can either kick it or we can deny it, sir. What do you want to do?
Okay. What does that mean?
Good cause to deny.
Oh, yeah.
I'm reading his own notes here.
Yeah, okay, what, you wanna give him a chance to come in and plead the case, or?
Yeah,
should we
it's up
just-
to you.
Okay, we can let him come in and plead his
Okay,
case.
so Paula, tell them to come in on 12:19.
Okay,
We're gonna hold this item over, number 9.
And we're gonna direct them to appear.
Yes, please.
Number 12 is an offer of $1,500 civil penalty.
I'm gonna accept 1,500.
1,500 is okay.
Next item, number 13, Madison Mart, offer of $6,000.
6,000.
6,000 is okay.
Okay. Number 25, El Sendero Restaurant Corp. Change in method of operation.
This is a change in method of operation?
Yes.
Okay, they need to come in. Hold over 1219, please.
Okay. And you concur, Commissioner?
Yes, yes, I do.
Just for the record.
Yes.
Next is item 28, the Poorhouse, 2847 South Park LLC. It's a $6,500 offer.
43 calls in 13 months. I'm gonna counter at 10,000.
I will go with 10,000.
Okay. Next item, number 29, EB Deli and Grocery Corporation. It's an offer for $1,000.
I'll accept 1,000.
I will accept 1,000.
Okay. Number 30 is Lounge 69 Incorporated. So no contest default. License was surrendered 9/7 of this year.
So there was a new application filed. However, it was for temp only, right,
Right.
Juan?
Correct, yes.
And it was, which would be denied because they didn't file the actual application.
And it was for a grocery store
And it was
beer.
for a grocery store.
Okay, so.
Cancel and bond. Right?
Works for me.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Item 31, MSG Entertainment Incorporated. We have another no contest default.
No contest default.
Non-bonafide.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
All right. Number 34 is Sonora Valley Wine and Spirits LLC, $1,000 offer.
Yep, I'll accept 1,000.
I will accept 1,000.
Okay, Commissioner?
Yep.
Number 35, Beach House Bar and Grill LLC, it's a $2,000 offer.
2,000 it is. Accept 2,000.
Okay, 2,000 is fine.
2,000. Okay. Number 36, Bruni Bar and Restaurant Incorporated, it's an offer of $2,500.
2,500.
2,500 is okay.
Number 37, El Viejo Gran Cafe Corporation, it's a $4,000 offer.
I'm gonna counter at 10,000 and I'm gonna direct our director of wholesale to supplement with a letter of how to operate with the wholesalers, please.
10,000.
A letter of advice.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Along with the letter, Commissioner?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
Item 38 and 39, La Union Corporation, an offer
Yeah,
of
I'm gonna-
$12,500.
I'm gonna accept 12,500.
12,500 is acceptable.
Okay. Item 40, 41, 42, and 43. This was as a conditional no contest for $10,000. The matters have been held over numerous times with the direction of the members to appear at the meeting.
We got an email from Michael on
They are
this.
closed, so I'm gonna go to cancel and bond, please.
Cancel and bond.
Alrighty. Number 44, Cottage Hotel of Mendon Incorporated, a $1,500 offer.
I'm gonna lower this to 500.
44?
Item 44, yes.
Hotel, I don't think it's a big deal.
What did I write? What is the condition?
Oh, because so basically they had unauthorized alteration because they were pulling out a patio and doing some kind of construction and plumbing. And they have to basically apply for the alteration. They filed an alteration application 9/2023.
Okay, all right. Did you say 500?
Yes, that was her vote.
Okay, that's gonna be my vote too.
Okay. Okay, number 48, Poppers Locarno LLC is a $4,000 offer.
Sorry, what number are you on?
Number 48.
I'm at, counter at 8.
8,000.
8,000 counter offer, okay? And number 50, Copa Bar and Lounge Corporation is offering $7,500.
I have a note here that this was held over for some reason. Is that right or no? Or am I just,
I do not know.
I don't know why I have that note here.
Let me take a look and see if I can find. All I remember is the adjournment request that we just had a few items ago.
It's
Is
not,
there any emails about it? I'm double checking this, but I don't have an email about it. I don't remember seeing anything.
I don't remember seeing anything. I don't have anything in there.
I don't know why I would have made that up. I wouldn't have made it up.
I'm taking a look.
It's looking late to see if there's a note.
Okay, you are correct on the 21st. There was a request to hold the item over to an alternate date.
Okay, so let's move this to 1219, please, for number 15. All right. Oh, and then we have one declaratory ruling.
Yes, that's correct. It's item 2-002. It's the Live Nation advertising rights ruling.
Right.
I'm just wondering if there's concerns that they were notified, since the other one wasn't notified.
They probably were not notified. But I think that, are you gonna be okay with that? Yes.
With Live Nation, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, I'm gonna vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Paula.
Okay.
Did she hear your vote?
Okay, I believe that
Yeah.
completes our meeting for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
Amazing job.
Great work.
Thank you.